Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining in what should be a wonderful and important regional dialogue on education in emergencies. My name is Bernie Lovegrove. I'm the regional coordinator of ASPE's work in the Education Out Loud program. And for those who don't know, this program provides capacity support to 16 national civil society education coalitions in the Asia Pacific. And I'm pleased to know that some of the staff from the Grant Agents Regional Management Unit will be joining in this regional dialogue. As you've seen from the program, we have an excellent lineup of presenters. I'm very excited about the range and diversity of the speakers that we have from around the Asia Pacific region, and we've provided opportunities for questions and discussions to enable this to be truly a regional dialogue on this very important issue. So without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Nani Zulmanani, the president of ASBAE and also the director of PECA, which means Women-Headed Family Empowerment in Indonesia, to say a few words of welcome. Over to you, Nani.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernie. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nani Zulminani, the president of ASBAE. Would like to warm welcome you to ASBAE's Asia Pacific Regional Dialogue, Protect Education in Emergencies Now. The Asia Pacific Regional Dialogue on Education in Emergencies is an online event as part of the Global Action Week for Education, atau GAWE, which is organized between 25th to 30th of April, where each region of the world is taking a turn on the days of this week to promote the need to protect education in emergencies. The theme of the GAWE in 2022 is Education in Emergencies, and is part of a year-long campaign organized by Global Campaign for Education called Protect Education in Emergencies Now. As we all might aware that during 2021, at least 57 million people in Asia Pacific affected by natural disaster as the result of climate change, while millions of others have to flee because of conflict in their area. All of it has forced them to live in emergency situations, living in temporary shelter and housings, lost their loved ones, property and livelihood resources. Millions of students and learners are also directly affected, lost their opportunities to study and learning due to insufficient response to the calamities. ASBAE, as the regional network of civil society promoting lifelong learning and education, believe that it is urgent to have strong policy and agenda for protecting education in emergencies in our Asia Pacific regions, taking into considerations that geographically, we are the most natural disaster-prone regions in the world, where 50% of global disaster mortalities occur in our regions. Therefore, ASBAE is committed to deepen its capacities on education in emergencies, in particular to support members that are keen to ensure sustained access for children, youth, and adults to basic educations and adult learning education opportunities, even in context of emergencies, fragility, and protracted crisis, by ensuring feasibility of these issues in regional and global education policies processes. As part of its strengthened commitment, ASBAE is now part of the steering committee, SG, of the Interagency Network for Education in Emergencies, or INEE, which is a global network of members working within a humanitarian and development framework to ensure that all individuals have the right to equality, safe, relevant, and equitable education. This regional dialogue is one of ASBAE's strategy to raise awareness about and commitment to the needs to protect and promote the importance of increasing financing for public education in emergencies, including ODA in the Asia Pacific region, especially for the poorest and most marginalized. It will provide an update and discussion on the protracted crisis highlights and provide perspectives on the impact of emergencies on women and girls, youth, and on adult education from civil society voices and from the people affected. We will hear from and engage a government official from Indonesia and Bangladesh regarding the context, positive government policies, plans, and programs for protecting education in emergencies. For that, I would like to welcome Mrs. Insinyur Suharti MA, PhD, the Secretary General of the Ministries of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Akiem Safiul Azam, Director Planning and Development Wing, Directorate of Secondary and Higher Education, Ministry of Education of Bangladesh. It is a great honor to have both of you in this dialogue. Thank you so much for making the time in your very busy schedule. I'm pleased to see such an inclusive program with presenters from all regions of the Asia Pacific. So thank you for your contribution and intervention in this dialogue. I look forward to the rich encounter over the next few hours. Thank you. Back to you, Bernie.
Thank you so much, Nani. I think you've set a very positive tone for our regional dialogue and emphasizing the importance, the increasing importance of education in emergency situations in our region. So what I would like to do now quickly is to refresh our memories. I'll briefly go over the program for today's regional dialogue. So thank you, Lei and Bads, for putting that up. I don't know if you can read the text, whether it's not too small. Yes, if you can make it as large as possible, that would be good. Oh, I know it's a challenge, but look, most of you will have seen the program, and you'll recall also that we had 5 objectives for this event. We wanted to raise awareness about and commitment to the need to protect education in emergencies, whether that's to do with protracted crises due to conflict, or whether it's due to climate, human-induced or natural disasters, which are increasing in intensity and frequency. So we also wanted to hear from and engage government officials from 2 countries, Indonesia and Bangladesh, and to listen to their perspectives on what their respective governments are doing and what they think needs to be done next. We also want to focus on 2 conflict areas in our region, protracted conflicts, Afghanistan and Myanmar. So I'm sure we'll all be very interested to hear from our speakers in those 2 countries. Just on that, we will, for their own security, we won't present some of the speakers' faces online, and we won't present their names either when they've let us know that they would prefer not to. So because this event is also being live streamed on Facebook, so greetings to everyone who's listening in on Facebook. And apart from wanting to have some country-specific focal areas, we also wanted to examine from the perspective of important groups and themes. So we want to hear from the voices of women and girls and youth, and we also want to hear from the perspective of adult education. And finally, our 5th objective was to discuss the issue of how to increase financing for public education in emergencies. And so with the program, I think you'll find that these aspects of our objectives are attended to. So in the program, you'll see we thought it useful to begin with an overview of the Asia Pacific region. And I won't go through now and mention the names of each speaker, because we can do that when we come to each speaker's turn. After the overview, we thought it would be appropriate to have a youth voice and a women's voice before we turn to the government officials as an important gesture to say those voices need to be heard as often as possible in all of these sorts of spaces, because women and youth get substantially affected by the outcomes of emergencies and the loss of education. Then, of course, we move to our 2 key speakers. The first, Dr. Suhati from Indonesia, and the second, Dr. Azam from Bangladesh. And we thank them very much for making themselves available for this event. In each instance, there'll be opportunities for questions and comments, including from the relevant national coalitions in those countries. Then we move to Afghanistan, and we have two speakers there that will update us on the situation of education in the emergency situation of Afghanistan. That will take us to a 10-minute break. And after the break, my colleague Thea, or possibly depending on whether she can be free from another meeting, my colleague Anita will moderate, and we'll shift our focus to Myanmar, where we have a speaker from the field there. That will be followed by a focus on adult education and then the increasing public financing of education in emergencies. Then, after all of those rich and diverse presentations, there'll be a greater opportunity for learning from the experiences of others. And you can see we've got two groups, Group A and Group B. We've got 4 country presentations, each no more than 5 minutes. And so that should allow about 12 or 13 minutes for discussion in each group. An opportunity to hear from such diverse perspectives and countries. And Group A, we've got Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Nepal, and Philippines. And in Group B, we have Sri Lanka, Vanuatu, Japan, and Australia. So, and really, you know, this event, this is the first significant regional event that ASPE has organised on education in emergencies for quite some time. So we thought that it was appropriate to give a broad brush sense of what is happening in our region in different contexts. And maybe in future events, we can dive much deeper into more specific events, and we can ask more analytical questions and questions of what can be done. So without further ado, I'll now finish up the overview, and we can turn to the regional overview on education in emergencies in the Asia Pacific. And for this, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Sarah Frodge, and she is the Education in Emergencies Technical Advisor for Save the Children Australia. So thank you, Sarah, and I'm sure that will help us set the broader scene for our discussions ahead.
Thank you, Bernie and all, for having me. Look very much forward to this. Do I get the presentation? Great. Sorry, and do I have control over this? Great. So if you could just click to the next. Great. So I'm going to give you just a brief overview of the Asia Pacific and education and emergencies, starting with climate change. So in the Pacific Island countries, they are some of the most vulnerable in the world to the effects of climate change and disasters. Vanuatu, the Solomon Islands, and Tonga carry the highest disaster risk profiles in the world, along with Papua New Guinea ranked at 9th. Pacific children's development is therefore at significant risk of disruption due to the increase in severity and frequency of disasters. These challenges are compounded by a lack of formal social protection mechanisms to safeguard children's developmental gains and protect families against the shock of climate-induced disasters. In Asia, we have stronger and more severe cyclones, such as Cyclone Amphan in May 2020 and Typhoon Rai in the Philippines in 2021. Heavy monsoon rains result in flooding, high temperatures in refugee camps, cause high likelihood of fires, such as the fires in the Rohingya camps in Cox's Bazar this year, all which cause repeated disruption of children's education, disruption of education infrastructure, or schools being used as shelters. We have COVID-19. The remoteness of the Pacific Island countries provided some initial protection from the impacts of COVID-19. This has now changed. There have been devastating outbreaks in Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and the Solomon Islands, and more recent outbreaks have occurred across the Pacific region. While children have proven to be less at risk of contracting severe cases of COVID-19, they bear the cost of the pandemic's impacts in the short and long term. This is increase in household poverty, which risks children missing or being pulled from school to pursue informal labor opportunities, as well as the rising unemployment, which increases stress and violence within families and communities, and specifically increases the vulnerability of women and girls. COVID-19 also increases the challenges for vulnerable children and families, where health and social services systems are stretched, including ensuring access to nutrition programs, maternal health care, immunization, and education. In Asia, we have the compounding existing inequalities, such as in Sri Lanka, which has caused economic and political crisis. Many countries did not prioritize education in their COVID-19 response, as this was a health emergency, meaning children were out of school for a significant time. There was a digital divide, increasing those who had access to digital and distance learning versus those who did not. Children with disabilities and other marginalized children are left behind during distance learning. And how do we prepare for future pandemics in the education sector? There's conflict and violence. Across the Pacific region, the perpetuation of violence against women and children is considered an endemic problem, with abuse occurring at the home and more broadly within communities and community institutions. 4 million children across 8 countries experience violent discipline at home, and 1 in 10 adolescent girls experience sexual violence in the Pacific. This has adverse effects on children's development in the short and long term, and impacting their learning outcomes. In Asia, we have countrywide violence and conflicts, such as in Afghanistan and Myanmar. And then in some countries, more localized and protracted conflicts, such as in Mindanao in the Philippines and deep south in Thailand. This results in poverty and heightened vulnerability and impacts of climate change and COVID. On children's education, this means inequality and access to quality education. Neighboring countries are also affected because of migration and the people's movement, such as the refugees coming from Myanmar into Thailand and India, and the Afghan refugees into Pakistan. This impacts, are they allowed to go to school, what language is their curriculum taught in, and what services are provided. Go to the next slide. So just going into some of these challenges a little bit deeper, on climate change, I want to tell you the story of Mary Adam. She is a mother of 5 children. You can see her in the picture on the screen. She is from the remote island in the western province of the Solomon Islands. Every day she walks for 25 minutes to her garden to plant and collect food for her children. She also owns a wooden dugout canoe, which she uses to source protein for the family, complementing with vegetables she grows. She paddles out to sea 2 or 3 times a week to catch fish for her children. When asked to reflect on the effects of climate change on her children's lives, Mary says, "I think the regular weather patterns has caused a reduction in food crop harvest in my garden. The vegetables grow well when we plant them, but then insects and rain damage the crops before harvest." Mary
Excuse
says
me, Sarah, can
Yes.
you hear me? Would you mind just speaking a little slower, because our interpreter in Russian it's a challenge to catch up with you. So thanks. Sorry to interrupt.
No, of course. I'm so sorry. I wanted to get everything in within the 10 minutes. I will slow down. Mary says the increase in rain has also caused other problems for her family. My children and other children in the village walk to the next village to attend primary school. They must cross 2 rivers to get to school. When it rains, they don't go to school because the rivers are flooded and make it impossible to cross. You can go to the next slide. So we do have some good practices related to climate and COVID. In Tonga, which is also highly susceptible to natural disasters, including cyclones and tsunamis, the most recently being the volcanic eruption, has felt the effects of climate change, all which threaten the education continuity. The Tongan Ministry of Education and Training, with support from GPE and Save the Children, has taken steps to ensure the education system is better prepared to address emergencies of any kind, including the current COVID-19 pandemic. The program helped mitigate learning loss and disruption for thousands of Tongan students in lockdown by developing a Learn from Home package. The Resources included print, TV, radio, and online lessons for students, as well as guidance for teachers and parents on how to support students to learn remotely. Lessons were delivered over radio and TV by the Ministry of Education and Training, and broadcasts have been designed to respond to changes in the pandemic status while emphasizing inclusion and child safeguarding. What was useful about this was that they could then use this during the volcanic eruption as a response mechanism for remote learning while responding to the natural disaster. Go to the next slide. We also have the compounding challenges of conflict, COVID, and climate altogether. In Afghanistan, children and families living in Kabul have been hit really hard by the economic crisis enveloping the country. Many people have lost their jobs or seen work dry up, making it a huge struggle to support their families. The change in regime has caused confusion, fear, and worsened the economic crisis, which increased during the COVID-19 lockdowns, paired with a severe drought, which has left about 2 in 3 children in Afghanistan, or about 12 million, whose families depend on farming to survive, are now struggling to get enough food to eat daily. They are selling off livestock, borrowing money they cannot pay back, or taking children out of school to send them to work from which they will be unable to recover for years to come. It's estimated that about almost 8 million school-aged children need support to access education right now in Afghanistan, an increase from 2.6 million last year. After the regime change in August 2021, the majority of secondary school girls, about 850,000 out of 1.1 million, are not attending classes. This will only get worse as the planet continues to warm and Afghanistan sees more extreme weather events. We have been responding through community-based education and providing teachers and students with learning kits and with female secondary school graduates to support them to become teachers. Go to the next slide. So a few of the lessons learned and ways forward. We need to be better prepared. So to have a better preparedness to respond to the impacts of natural hazards, we have good examples from the Philippines with the Children's Emergency Program for Children and the institutionalizing of safe school committees and partnerships with local governments. We need anticipatory action. And in Bangladesh, they have piloted programs for anticipatory action where they're using a threshold based on real-time analysis to identify if actions need to be taken before the disaster comes, which enables you to respond faster. In Pakistan, they piloted a similar program for education in emergencies, which is a technical and operational preparedness exercise to enable education response from the first day of a crisis, and they immediately used it for the refugee influx from Afghanistan. We have also learned about flexible learning. Using home-based learning and distance learning in many countries enabled them to respond to the COVID-19 lockdowns and also to remote areas or in conflict areas. In Bangladesh, in the Rohingya response, teacher professional development went online and remote, which enabled them to continue their development while camps were closed. In Pakistan, remote learning happened via WhatsApp and phone messages, and in Tonga, online learning rolled out during COVID, helped during the volcanic response. We also need more local response. What we learned during COVID is that when people cannot travel, we need to rely on the capacity of local responders, of governments, local organizations, and local knowledge. The region is really strong in disaster preparedness because of the constant experience in responding. And during COVID, it was clear that we need to focus on this local response. This means to focus more on capacity building, more on partnerships and staff well-being so that we retain people with this institutional knowledge. I apologize for going fast in the beginning, and I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. What we might do is we want to collect some questions. Because we have fairly full program, we might wait until we get the next 2 speakers So if you have a question of Sarah, try to hold it until that point. Thank you very much, Sarah. And yes, it really gives us a sense of the breadth of the challenges that many countries face and many groups face. That education in emergencies, well, emergencies are not just isolated little problems somewhere else, that it's happening pretty much everywhere. So thank you for that. And now may I ask our speaker, our youth activist from Afghanistan, to then shift the focus on a perspective from youth. And as mentioned, we won't show your face. Maybe you can indicate to the host when you're ready to speak, and you are very welcome. Thank you in advance.
No, never. Опасно. Ставим словнико. Машайник мат казукин леп активный. Микрофон включите.
Hello.
Телефон включите.
Hello, can we have direction from Lay or Bads? Do we have the speaker, the youth activist, ready?
Hello, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, do we have the youth activist ready to speak?
Hello to everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you. Hello to everyone. Hope everybody be fine. In any part of the world, be fine and safe. Yes, thank you for giving me the chance to share some challenges here that the people of Afghanistan are struggling with. As we have been facing a lot of challenges since the change of the regime, and I want to focus on the most important issues on behalf of Afghan Youth Network for Education. On 15 August 2021, when Afghanistan was captured by Taliban, everything from lifestyle to education system is negatively changing. And all the educational centers were closed for months. And as you're aware that on 23rd March, initially in around 17 provinces, of Afghanistan, secondary schools were open for girls, including Kabul, which is the capital of Afghanistan. Unfortunately, later on, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan closed their schools again for girls, which had a very bad effects on the people, especially youth. And for instance, you may see the girl's picture who was crying in front of her school, and no one was allowing her to attend her classes and to enter the class to her school. And it has been a very long time since girls' schools are closed without any opening schedule or without any update. Of course, they are really concerned about the future. It was about 27 years ago when they came. I mean, the Taliban came and ruined the country. And they closed schools doors in most of the regions, resulted in dramatic illiteracy rate among Afghan society. And they afraid that if that repeat again, and they experience again this dramatic illiteracy rate, and they afraid, of course, it is a very big challenge. Next, also they have set some strict rules for females here in Afghanistan, which affects on their goals. They applied very strict rules for girls' education. it will face them with money challenges. For instance, if a girl wants to go abroad, she should and must have a mahram, a person from her family to accompany. Whom most of the girls may not have, so they cannot go abroad for their educational goals. So such harsh rules are among the challenges of Afghan women and girls in Afghanistan. Although the Taliban deprived personal freedom here in Afghanistan, still we have some strong women and main education activists to keep the education system alive in this difficult time. They're working very hard. As a typical, I'm an instructor in an academy center where I could find chance to provide free motivation workshops like goal setting, public speaking, and a book reading competition. At least doing this not only for private, but for public as well. And also, I have provided a very high discount for all the girls who want to join our center in different classes. For instance, English classes, mathematics, and the classes that we have. I find this opportunity to provide them a high discount. I've already planned educational and motivational programs for those who stop dreaming. Many of them suffering from depression, disparity, and anxiety in many districts of Kabul, of course, that need to be supported. And we have some painful stories from many young girls here in Afghanistan. They are stopped just dreaming. Furthermore, the strict rules for girls is not the only challenge. There are more. As most of the girls, they do not have jobs nowadays, and most of them are jobless, and they do not have any support as well. And disappointed problems, this is another big disappointed problems. If they want to go ahead with their studies privately, they do not have enough money to support themselves. For instance, as we have many examples, but one of the examples that there was a girl by the name of Franaz who went to a private center, but she was not able to pay the fee of the center. So she couldn't continue her studies. So the economic crisis is another big challenge for Afghan girls. So here are some more other challenges, but we have some suggestion that in this difficult time, we need for support, and these are our suggestion that we would like that severe and pays attention to these. As the new regime has a lot of rules for co-education centers, we have to build separate learning center for females to help them to get access to quality education across the country. And also to decrease the brain drain, we need to provide them with work opportunities in the country. And support youths by providing outside and inside scholarships, which in this way, of course, the immigrant rate will also decrease, because most of the youths and most of the Afghans, they just migrate because they get educated for their educational goals. And in this way, of course, it's a way that to save their life, because most of them will lose their life for going to abroad and other countries. And to support education advocates and human rights defenders like Enoch and youth networks who are committed to working and serving the Afghan education system. Also, the world should support our education centers on both sides, financially and technically. And the other suggestion that we have is the World Bank should release our money. This is our right to access to our money, and we need it, since and most of the people here in Afghanistan that are struggling with economic crisis. And of course, in conclusion, quality education boosts economic growth and reduce poverty and inequality. It creates individuals' ability to lead a healthy life, participate in a society, and restore peace and stability, of course. Afghanistan and Afghans need protection in this difficult time. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation and your thoughts. I imagine there will be a few questions if you can stay on just after the next presentation. We very much appreciate it, and I'm sure I speak for everyone here. You have our solidarity and our support in speaking out so bravely and so articulately, and in facing such a difficult situation. So thank you very much. May I now ask for the women's voice, moving to another country, to Indonesia. Can I ask Villa Sahara, who's the co-director of PECA, as mentioned, that's the Women-Headed Family Empowerment organization. And they have had quite a range of experience in developing a framework and for undertaking gender-just education during emergencies in Indonesia. So with that, may I ask Villa to present.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernie. Thank you for this opportunity given to us to share PECA's experiences, women-headed family experiences in undertaking the emergency situation, in particularly facing the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disaster in Indonesia context. Okay, I will give a brief background about PECA works. Also, yes, thank you, Leah. Yes, Women-Headed Family Empowerment Program actually has started in 2001 by organizing, facilitating, mentoring, giving technical assistance, and training women in the conflict areas. The conflicts triggered by the struggle for political power and land disputes, conflicts between ethnic groups, and religious adherence. In the beginning, we started in 4 provinces, Indonesia, Aceh, East Nusa Tenggara, Southeast Sulawesi, and West Java. And now for around 20 years, we have organized women in the grassroots in 20 provinces, reach out to the more than 76,000 women in more than 1,400 villages in 87 districts. PECA also has developed the collaboration with the government, especially with the Ministry of Women Empowerment and other local women's rights organization, and also civil society organization networking in the rest of the 14 provinces in Indonesia. So it can be said at the moment, PECA's work has reached out to all provinces in Indonesia. Through the community organizing strategy of the women-headed family and other disadvantaged and marginalized communities, we, PECA, carry out various adult learning and education program and also the advocacy, especially to improve the capacity, knowledge, and skills of women, to equip or prepare the women in facing and solving their problems. Life skills education and citizenship education as the core of women's empowerment process to enable them to access the rights, economic, and livelihood, access to legal social justice and protection, as well as to facing the situational factor like a pandemic, COVID-19, and also natural disasters. Yes, we are all, no exception, women at the grassroots, especially experiencing the extraordinary impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. as well as the impact of natural disasters. At least its impact on all elements of life, economic, social, and security well-being. In economic issue, for example, family income decline. So because everyone cannot do the normal activities, especially economic business. For most women who run the informal business, so the expenditure incline, basic food price go up, so the supply chain disrupted, and most of the women is unemployed and unable to work. In the security well-being, the COVID-19 until now, actually in Indonesia context is actually is getting better, but we have not the idea in the future. Hopefully is the COVID-19 stopped to spread, but in the moment it still continues to spread. And also in the natural disaster area, women especially, and also the other community of feeling unsafe to return home, so they stay in the shelter or the refugee shelter or living with other family. This come up with the other social issues. And also we know that in this situation, the rise of the gender-based violence issues, and also we facing that the child marriage issues is rising, and also we still continue to think that need the strategic specific to overcome the post-disaster trauma. Next, Leah. So how are the community organized carried out, and also how the adult learning education and also advocacy implemented in emergency situation like COVID-19 pandemic and natural disaster. The process of organizing women, which has been continuous to run 20 years, has become a decisive resource. The growth and the development of women leaders at the grassroots level through the PAKA Union community organization, or PAKA cooperative, is able to facilitate activities or the program for quick response to pandemic or disaster that occur in some areas. So we work hand in hand and collaborate with element of the society, and of course with the government. They're also part of, for example, they are part of the COVID pandemic task force, or mobilize youth and the community members to create like disaster emergency response posts. And in addition, they also ensure that the adult learning education process and advocacy still continues at the local level, even in limited situation. So in this regard, there are at least two important lessons that we get from these situational factors. One, when the organized community are forced to deal with the emergency situation due to disaster or the emergency situation, therefore empowerment, independence, volunteerism, solidarity are built through the process. Organization can use a variety of entry points, including economic, because in the beginning, PAKA started from the economic empowerment program. So the resource and the cooperatives become the organization that can mobilize the economic and livelihood resources. And the second one, this is the important to have the community-based data collection from the lowest unit. Is very critical and important to ensure that marginalized communities, minorities, and disabilities can be recorded so that they can obtain their rights in dealing with the impact of the emergency situation. In this case, women leadership becomes an important factor as the driving force. So now the world has changed in the last few years, and the COVID pandemic accelerates the virtual world. So the challenges for us as well, how we can utilize the technology information and also the digital platform in running all the program, all the learning, education, and lifelong learning program in the local area can be carried out. So the challenging is how women to use the digital platform. Meanwhile, based on the PK experiences, only 30% of them having on mobile phone. So this is something quite challenging for us. But through the training and also the technical assistance and the capacity building for women, we try to overcome this situation. So the strategy and adaptation and resiliencies that yes, we utilize the social media and digital platforms, and also how to improve the capacity for women to access to digital technology. This is the important for us. We can check the positive side, so we can using the digital technology can open the geographical barriers, because APACA works in what trends of Indonesia, and also through the women leaders, we doing that consolidating with the PACA union gradually to up the situation. We are also increasing the frequency of training of trainer among PACA union leaders, so that they can reach out to the village level, to the women at village level. And in this situation, we are also producing more manual instruction and the material that can be used by women to do like a community learning with the women in the village level. And we're still doing like community-based monitoring or the grounded research to make sure that for example, for the COVID-19 social assistance program can be disbursed to the marginalized community, and also because the issues that come out regarding child marriage issues, so we also conduct like child marriage dispensation and see the child marriage prevention issues, and how we promote the awareness among the community leaders and also all stakeholder forum to together to overcome these issues. And also we through the strategy, we also train the PACA citizen journalism, so that women can write, can use the rights, and can use the right become the material of discussion in among the community leaders, so they can do with come up the strategy that to promote the gender equality, or to overcome all the for example, the violence and also domestic violence and child marriage issue that happen in the community. And also the important one is we're doing like collective action, because women need support from the all element in the community, and also multi-stakeholder forum. We also organize like a women's forum, LCO forum together to run this adult learning education and also advocacy and the local level. Maybe this is the sharing from women's experience, especially from women-headed family. Yes, this is the situation when women doing the learning together, and we doing like conduct training at national level using the online platform. So meanwhile, the women's only few of them own the mobile phone, so they can share. The phone can be used for other members. Maybe that's all for me, Bernie. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vila. The work of Paka is so impressive. It highlights the crucial coordination work of women in so many communities, and Pekka's work seems so comprehensive, and you cram so much into your PowerPoint. I'm sure many would like to reread your PowerPoint points to better understand Pekka's work, which reminds me that this regional dialogue is being recorded and all of the presentations will be made available. We will send a link to all the participants after the event. So we are running behind time, but we did want to see if there were 2 or 3 questions in relation to any of the 3 presentations so far. So we open it to questions from participants. If not immediately, I would be like to ask our youth activist from Afghanistan, if she is still with us. With what you were saying, I'm wondering if you could give us a sense of the feeling amongst your colleagues, young people, when you have to face the basic economic struggle to find food and shelter, and when jobs have collapsed. What would you say is the mood of young people in Afghanistan? Is it, that you sense? Is it more of one of depression? Is it one of anger? Is it one of hope? Is it one of resolve to take action? Is it all of the above?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, of course. This economic crisis have a very negative impact on all youths, and most of them got depression since they do not have any supporter, and they do not have also opportunity of finding jobs and working. So of course, most of them just got depression, and they don't know what to do, and they are of course they are keeping their eyes on the world that help them, and take serious actions to, since they are in a very severe need. They need not only for education, but also for economic, and for money, for food, and these are all the crises here. Of course, they need, and they have painful stories, but we have, of course, a few people here in Afghanistan that they are interested in helping them, since all the Afghans generally, they are not in a good situation, economic good situation. So that's why we have a few people helping them. So they are just keeping their eyes on the world that help them.
Thank you so much, and we very much note the recommendation and request that you made, that we do what we can to put pressure on the international community, and including the banks, to make available resources that can be distributed to communities. So thank you very much for that comment. Just to say, if you are interested in making a comment, you have the opportunity to make a comment in the chat box, and you can also raise your hand, which you can find if you're not familiar with it. If you press the reactions button, you'll say you'll be able to raise your hand then. I don't see any hands at the moment. There'll be other, as I say, opportunities for people to comment in the chat box, in which case I'll move straight along and thank all three of you for your presentations. And now it gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Ia Suharti, who's the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology in Indonesia, to present to us about the situation in Indonesia and actions and priorities that the government is focusing on in relation to education in emergencies. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Suharti.
Thank you, Bernie, and thank you also for the ESPBAE President, Ms. Nani Zulminani, a good friend of mine, for inviting us to share what Indonesia does, particularly in the education sector, in response to an emergency. To refer to the word of emergencies that affect the education sector, I would like to take you all to some emergencies that Indonesia face. First is the COVID-19 pandemic that we all face together, that broke globally. It hits our education system so hard. Following the school closure, it started in March 2020, and then countries are struggling to restart and recover learning for students. Indonesia also experienced that school closures have caused students to experience learning loss. Lots of we face, and particularly for children from poor families and children living in the remote areas. And the second one is due to the its geographical locations. Indonesia is prone of natural disasters such as volcanoes, eruptions, floods, and also earthquakes that happen almost every day. Our education stakeholders in most regions are prepared whenever these natural disasters occurs. And friends, desperate times call for desperate measures, and to answer the education stakeholders' safety, we responded first by closing schools at the times and starting the remote learning. We call it buying time while preparing our healthcare system for the national crisis. And after months of learning how to dance with the pandemics, like what we learned from the Spanish flu, we designed a policy to reopen schools by ensuring the safety of both education personnel and students, and also families at home. First, using the traffic light leveling to softly reopen the schools. We collaborate with the Ministry of Health and local governments to conduct epidemiology surveillance. The surveillance is done through survey and also active case findings, testing students and then also teachers with PCR tests, and also observations. And we also have kind of a dashboard to assign each district leveling. So red if there are many schools that have to be closed, etc. The second one is ensuring optimal vaccination rates for the education personnel and students. In this case, we also collaborate with the Ministry of Health and also health services at the local government, and also supported by the health teams of Army and also police department to boost the vaccination rate. The data is in the slide. Sorry, I forgot to translate it into English. Vaccine means vaccine, and the one on the bar, one of the bar on the front on the right, the red one is for early child education, so they are not yet allowed to be vaccinated. We use both push and pull factors in doing so. We push the education personnel to get vaccinated using government mandate. So we release government regulations signed by 4 ministries: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Religious Affairs, because Ministry of Religious Affairs also responsible for religious education, and also Ministry of Home Affairs, who are responsible in coordinating the local governments. And we also pull the stakeholders to get vaccinated by easing the access to vaccination centers and administration requirement. So we do a lot of things together with the local government, including also mobile vaccinations that can go to the remote places. And the third one is introducing the emergency curriculums to prevent further learning loss. We observe that the disruptions causes learning loss and exaggerates the existing learnings inequality. The pandemics increased difficulty of both teachers and students to that day. So we design the curriculums that reduce the burdens by focusing on only literacy and numeracy. And the curriculums, the emergency curriculums, have been very effective in preventing further learning loss. And the fourth one is providing scholarships even more to prevent dropout and ensure learning continuity. For the primary to senior secondary schools, we provide to 20 million students, beneficiaries. And for the higher education, starting 2 years ago, we improved even more. Now more than 1 million students at higher education receive scholarship, with the amount that is much bigger and also more beneficiaries are targeted. And we also make sure that the poor students from senior secondary schools get more access to senior secondary universities by ensuring them for the to guarantee them to be accepted to higher education. Now about 17% of the beneficiaries of scholarships at senior secondary schools can access higher education directly. And regarding to the situations of the Indonesia that's prone to disaster, we have lots of problems. Lots of schools are damaged during the disasters. Classrooms are destroyed. Of course, furnitures are no longer usable. Books and computer, and you name it. And some also teachers and students suffer from traumatic experience. And for that purpose, we provide emergencies classroom. We provide learning supplies, like including those supported by UNICEF. We provide emergency tents, big tent for school emergency schools in every province in Indonesia. And during the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, we use the emergency schools tents for the increasing the space at the hospital. So we work together with the Ministry of Health for that one. And to prevent injuries during the cataclysmic event, we regulate its schools building to fulfill the safety standard, especially school building. And we know that it's not yet all school fulfill the regulations, but we push local governments also to make sure that what they build, the school they build, fulfill these requirements. And during the disaster, we initiate the emergency protocols by sending the first response team to save lives and to prevent further crisis. And you can see here the protocols comprises of 4 stages. I believe that everyone's here familiar with these terms. The initial assessment for the emergency state, and then also second response, sending the supplies and also human resources are needed to make sure that all is handled well. And then rescue resource management, we call it the transition stage. We form a team to collect resources and coordinate with stakeholders to provide support during the transition period. And also the last one, the evaluations of the emergency protocols. And after the closing emergency protocol, we start the rehabilitations and reconstruction stage if necessary. Dear friends, learning from the COVID-19 pandemics, we are now upholding 3 principles. The first one is urgencies. We realize that a sense of urgencies and crisis, especially regarding the limitations on the field after the disastrous event. And the second principle is factuality. We collect the evidence, we collect data and information to understand the situations and to formulate the strategy, what is needed to respond. And the last one is collaborative principles. We collaborate with stakeholders, with the governments at central government, local government, and also even private institutions, business entities to amplify the result. And regulations regarding the public budget management have also been revised. Now it's very flexible. It can be used by schools to provide school supplies needed for the health protocols. We also allowed local government to revise their budget if they need to rehabilitate the schools or whatever occurred happened by the disaster. And to move forward, the Indonesian government evaluates schools' ability to create learning environments that foster critical reasoning, creative problem solving, and also other competencies through the, we call it in the Indonesian National Assessment. We use PISA standard, but we make it even more by including the school ability to respond to disasters and crises. And in the pedagogy, we also introduce a new learning model that allocate more time for collaborations, project-based learning. These projects will also revolve around critical themes extracted from the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. The awareness of climate issues in is one of the topics that we use. And also the last one, we also believe that collaborations is critical for empowerment and inclusion, especially in the ASEAN Pacific region. Only by working together, by collaborating, such goals can be attained. There's a share from us from Indonesia in responding to the emergency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Suharti. we very much appreciate your time and your input. And it's amazing to think that Indonesia faces earthquakes every second day, if not more frequently. So and so many emergencies that arise. And can I see whether thank you also for agreeing to take a couple of questions or comments from the participants. I'll just check, is Ubaid with us from New Indonesia? Ubaid, would you like to make a comment? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Bernie, and thank you, Ibu Suharti, representative from Indonesian government, Ministry of Education, Indonesia. Yeah, we are very appreciated because of the Indonesia government respond quick and also allocate a budget for the emergency situation. As Bu Suharti said, Indonesia position, which is surrounded by a ring of fire, has made Indonesia often hit by natural disaster. And we are appreciating of Indonesia government policy that running on quick response in the situation, and also allocate budget policy special to respond the emergency in Indonesia. And I think also it's not only the government working on it, but also we are working collaboration with the CSO to solve the problem in emergency situation. In emergency, the government always allocate the budget, and the budget is not literally huge budget. And also in Indonesia, our government Ministry of Education support with a huge budget to solve the problem. In some case in Indonesia situation, we have problem on corruption on the budget that allocated by the government on emergency situation. Is it not only in Ministry of Ministry of Education, but is it happen on another ministries? And in previous cases, for example, the budget for recovery of tsunami, earthquakes, flood, and also COVID-19 has been corrupted by the some ministries. So my question is it good for the government allocate a huge budget to protect the education, right to education? My question is how the Ministry of Education ensure and protect the education budget in emergency in order to write on target and is not corrupted. And the second is about the collaborative with the CSO. I think we have to strengthen the collaboration between the government and CSO in this situation. So are there alternative strategies to strengthen the collaboration between government and CSO in dealing with education in emergency? Thank you, Bernie.
Thank you, Ubaid. Dr. Suharti, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you very much. The last questions on the CSOs. Yes, we have specific programs that involve CSOs to support the schools in the programs of emancipated learning, and we have programs. We call it organisasi penggerak, the organization movement that allow support CSOs for the teachers improvement programs, and so lots of CSOs already involved in the program since 2020. For the corruptions, now in the Ministry of Education we have a marketplace specifically for schools that allow them to purchase schools supplies and everything with the budget from the government through this marketplace. And then we manage that now more than 30 millions of suppliers already involved in the this marketplace. We call it SIPLAH, Sistem Informasi Pengadaan Sekolah. And just yesterday, we also had a meeting with the DG of taxations to discuss about to make sure that the suppliers are good suppliers that have a tax number and also with many things. So we would like to make sure that the budget for education can be managed properly. But for the informations, Indonesian budget for education is now in Indonesian rupiah is about 542 trillion rupiah, but only 13% managed by these ministries. More than 55% managed by the local governments. Lots also managed by the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So we would like to make sure all the budgets, that we provide for education sectors can be properly managed by whoever manages it. And Bernie, I see questions on the chat rooms.
Yes.
On the CLC for the adult educations.
Yes.
We continue to support the CLCs, even starting this year. We improve the subsidy for CLC that also covers participants that age between 18 to 21. So previously it covers only below 18. Oh no, to 24 years even. So by doing so, we hope that Indonesians who are not yet finished basic educations could continue their education through non-formal educations. That's not excludes also our support for the early child education that we support even more budget for the programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I see a hand up by Enam. Enam, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah. Thank you, madam. It was really a very exciting presentation, and we like the three principal urgency, factuality, and collaborative approach you are adopting. Indonesia, as one of the highly populous country, one of the nine countries, we understand there are challenge of reaching the most marginalized. Particularly, there are so many islands and remote locations. So how do you ensure leave no one behind principle, and what are one or two key actions that other country can learn? Thank you.
Can I respond it directly?
Yes, please.
Bernie? Yes. It was started in 70s and in 80s when the president at times launched the primary compulsory education. We built a primary school in every single village in Indonesia. And it continues to, in 1994, when we launched the basic education compulsory, comprises of 6 years in the primary schools and 3 years in the junior secondary schools. By having the more schools until the in the remote area and also providing scholarships, 20 million out of about 50 million is a lot. So we hope by providing the more access and to children in the remote area, and then also children from the poor families, we would continue to make sure that all children, wherever they live, whatever their backgrounds, could access basic educations. And now the gross enrollment rate at junior secondary schools has been more than 95%. And among the achievement, the gender equality is already there. Since more than 10 years ago, the ratio of gross enrollment rate between boys and girls is already equal. We call it equal, about 101, 102, that figures. So we still sure have a challenge, particularly in improving the quality of education. That's why starting 2 years ago, we conduct so-called the emancipated learning, that we push the quality of teachers and also principals and supervisors to provide learnings that focus on the students. This is the logo that here on my screen, Merdeka Belajar, this emancipated learning. We hope that what we do from now onward could improve the probabilities of our children to have a better education. Not only study longer, but also study better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a question there from Sanjay. Dr. Suhati, can you share any experiences of cross-sector coordination while responding in emergency?
Yes. So believe it or not, every single week, the coordinating ministers for the investments, who is responsible for the pandemic response for Java and Bali, and also the coordinating ministers for economics, who is coordinating the response for the out of Java and Bali, meet every single week. And all sectors are invited, all governors, all the majors are invited to discuss what has to be done in the 1 week after the meetings. So by having those meetings, all sectors could discuss and then could take decisions in whatever necessary. Like for education, we have to respond the situations in schools. The Ministry of Health will report about the vaccinations, about the board hospitals, and everyone's report the situations. And also the meetings led by the president every single week during the pandemic.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Suhati. Time's moving on. And so we just want to say again, thank you very much for making your time available. We're very aware of how busy you are. And we very much appreciate hearing your experience and insights from the situation in Indonesia. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please allow me to leave the meeting because I have to join another meetings.
I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Now, I'm wondering whether we have our second major speaker from Bangladesh, Dr. Azam. Dr. Azam, are you with us?
Hello, Bernard
Yes.
Love Go. Yes, I'm very much with you.
Thank you very
How
much.
are you?
I'm very good. I'm so pleased that you are also with us. And so it equally gives me just as much pleasure to introduce Dr. Shafiul Azam, who's the director of Planning and Development in the Planning and Development Wing, Directorate of Secondary and Higher Education in the Ministry of Education, Bangladesh. And once again, we appreciate sparing your time with us to share with us your experience in Bangladesh. Thank you, and over to you.
It's a pleasure, and I'm honored. Thank you very much. May I share my presentation slide from here? Unfortunately, I couldn't share it with the...
Absolutely, yes.
Can I have the permission to do that?
Yes, you can share it.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, now.
Well, first of all, thank you once again for inviting me to this all-important Asia South Pacific Association and Basic and Adult Education, if I'm not pronouncing it wrongly, ASPBA, for inviting me to this on the event of Protect Education in Emergency now, and which is rightly very important for a country like us who belong to this Asia Pacific region, where we are frequently visited by calamities and disasters, conflicts, and all these are increasing, even becoming more severe and complex across the Southeast Asia. And to be very honest, some countries are even affected compared to others. Extreme weather, even the climate change impacts in terms of loss of life, even thousands of people, sometimes millions of people are displaced and cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Sometimes it also wreaked the heavy toll on infrastructure and ecosystem of the education. And most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has adversely impacted education. That disrupted gains over the past 2-3 decades. About 41 million learners directly affected in Bangladesh. And the story that I'm going to share with you is the story of Bangladesh that suffered during that COVID-19 pandemic, and the immediate actions that we have taken and what we are doing. That story we are going to share with you. And accordingly, this presentation will be focused on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in Bangladesh and the state effort that has been taken to address that situation. Well, what happened? We were in a very normal state just before the pandemic. The regular classroom classes was going on, face-to-face classes. But just immediately the start of pandemic, I mean COVID-19, the teacher students were at home due to COVID-19 because they were not in a position to go outside. Students taught an interactive classroom experience at the early stage, and the continuation of regular academic activities were disrupted. No attendance, performance for the students and teachers, and even the monitoring and mentoring activities face challenges. And the scenario, if I just share with you the dates, to be very honest, 18 March, all our schools were closed. And you'll be happy to know that just immediately after that, after more than a week's time, we have started TV classes. That's on 29th March 2020. And there was a long school closure, and we had to face that COVID-19, and we reopened in September 12, 2021. And after that, we all know the story. The school closed again 21st January 2022, and again the school extended closure extended until 20th February 2022. This has been shared just to give an idea that our students were repeatedly facing, the whole education system was disrupted repeatedly. What we have taken, to be very honest, the measures we have taken immediately after that school closure due to COVID-19, the first collaborative action that from Bangladesh we prepared the rapid response and recovery plan, and the COVID response plan for the education sector was prepared in collaboration with all the government sector, non-government sector, UN setup, UNESCO, UNICEF, UNHCR, civil society organization. We all sit together just to prepare that response plan. And framework, to be very honest, the national priority and technical guidelines provided through the Ministry of Health, where we have just followed the framework that assess the learning environment, teaching learning, teachers and other personnel and education policy. To continue, after that, the education was continued, and we had more than 2,500 TV classes, more than 200,000 digital classes, and more than 11,500 teachers took part there. And you will be happy to know that almost 35 million students were served during that COVID-19 period, though the schools had closed. And Bangladesh actually used multimodal response to address COVID. Television, internet, mobile phone, radio. To be very honest, if we can say, though it was not a plan at that time, we have moved from teacher-guided education to self-learning education involving high-tech, low-tech, even no-tech, those radio, TV, and all these things. So this has actually started a shift in mindset changing. I mean, home learning modalities has popped in our mind in the all those who are involved in the education sector. Even the teachers who were playing the role of teaching earlier, they have started taking new lessons, e-learning modules, so that they can be well equip themselves to address better those situations. Well, what happened, challenges with those ad hoc initiatives, to be very honest, because we had to start those immediately after the pandemic started. The reaching of the whole student population has become a big challenge. Reaching younger children has become another challenge, because in our country, most of the younger children do not have the digital devices. So far, I was listening to Sarah's presentation and also presentation from Indonesia and from the youth voices. All these things came up. The low-tech environment in the education sector has become another challenge. And resource constraint, as always, has become even critical during this time. And monitoring, mentoring, and assessment of the remote learning initiative also has become an issue. One thing I forgot to highlight here, that addressing the teacher education, I mean, preparing teacher has become another issue to think about. So these are on the broad line we came up or sprang up while we were continuing this. I shared with you earlier the rapid response plan. I also shared with you the story, the immediate part, what we have done after that, which is a short-term action taken by the government. Apart from those, government had to make aware the people, so that it was a change, the change in the paradigm shift, I must say, in the education system. From a face-to-face education, we had to make the system ready for online-based, media-based education, personalized-based education. So we had to prepare not only the students, but also the parents even. So that raising awareness has become a critical issue. Apart from education, the health and safety issue has become a very important thing. That also taken care of during that period. And capacity building of the teachers and education officials through remote learning has become a critical issue. Well, in our rapid response plans, we had got two other areas. We had midterm plan and a long-term plan, because while we were serving them, we had at the same time in mind that we have to prepare, reopen our school. So what we did, we simultaneously, we tried to get ready our schools and people, assessing their readiness so that they can just face it very nicely. I mean, when the school reopens. So ensuring health, safety, hygiene, and school cleanliness, strengthening the monitoring system, tracking and bringing children back to school to prevent dropout, assessing student learning status and their mental health, ensuring smooth transition support for teachers, deploying financial and non-financial incentives, revamping the school feeding program, and reviewing the updating of the syllabus and high-stake examinations and procedures. These became the priority area. Simultaneously, we also took into mind that we have to get ready not only to face this COVID-19, but this similar type of pandemic, similar type of emergency situation that may come again. So while we are passing through an era of sustainable development, we have to have some system so that the system is ready and can sustain and can be ready so that even in future, they can face this sort of emergency situation. Based on that, the recent intervention government has taken, developed COVID-19, I shared already, Bangladesh has revisited national curriculum framework and has contributed to revisit the framework and incorporate blended learning as a part of the teaching learning process, increased attention on digital transformation that needs to be aligned, school reopening guideline developed, studies carried out by the government and BP and CSO organization has undertaken support to generate knowledge on the gaps and challenges in taking pragmatic actions. Even develop accelerated learning process, provide training to the teachers and for secondary to support their students. Bangladesh has also recognized that learning crisis is directly correlated, and that's why it has also addressed those inequality issues based on ability, gender, location, and ethnicity. And apart from that, affirmative actions in favor of women teachers and female secondary has also, such type of intervention has also been taken. We are continuing that stipend, harmonized stipend program and other social safety programs are ongoing, which are also contributing to address the disparities. Although there are some other international benchmark like allocation of national budget for the education or invest 4 to 6%. Yes, we are not still claiming that we have reached to that mark, but you will be. We are happy to share with you the story that in the past 5 years, the education budget has become double, and we are gradually heading towards that path. To be very honest, and still huge investment will be required, that we also understand that keeping in mind the fourth industrial revolution and the future education and the future prospect of the world, we have to prepare ourselves, our education system accordingly. And for that, we need significant improvement in the data collection, monitoring, and all these arenas. Bangladesh also maintain healthy relationship with the development partners, other stakeholders like teachers, community youths, and policy formulation in implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. As very you have seen, while we have even developed our response plan, emergency response plan, we involved all of them. I mean, not only the government has done it, all non-government organizations, civil societies, people, all from all corners, we took the representation. What we have learned through this journey, the collaborative response to the challenges posed to COVID-19, because the stigma attached to using technology in education in Bangladesh have been overcome. The response to COVID-19 has highlighted the ways to flexibly meet student demand and support more inclusive education, and changes in mindset about pedagogical and assessment approaches may lead to enhanced quality. And the changes in education delivery driven by the COVID-19 crisis should be institutionalized in policy. As we have already shared in our response plan, also the final long-term plan actually includes all those things. But from our practice, we have learned all these things. This COVID-19, to be very honest, it's a big shift, I must say, a paradigm shift, a big shift. It has taught us to reimagine our learning process. It has taught us to put us in a situation to reimagine, rethink our assessment in education, to rethink our teachers' role in the education system. We are happy to share with you, based on the story that we have shared with you, that government has already taken a huge program. A blended education task force has been formed in our country under the leadership of our honorable education minister. So multiple other ministries, I mean, as many as 15 other ministries, like Ministry of Youth Sports, Ministry of Telecommunication, Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Planning, and all other ministries, those involve some education-related issues are involved in that. And that task force is working, and in that task force, you will be happy. Not only different ministries, other development partners, non-government organizations, civil society representations are there. Well, we are developing our blended learning master plan for the future education. Just in a nutshell, I would like to share with you how we are covering, we are envisioning to face those challenges that COVID-19, though it's, we sometimes say that this misfortune sometimes brings up opportunities. COVID-19 has taught us that it's not the face-to-face, but we have to have a parallel or ready, all other means of education system ready for our students, for the future students, because they will no more be dependent on teacher-student centric education. They will be try to be a solution by themselves. They will try to learn or get education from different modalities, and accordingly, we have taken a Pentagon approach, right? I mean, 5 areas we have covered to look into how we will take our actions: teaching, learning, practice, content resources, assessment, teacher capacity, inclusive infrastructure, all these engulfing the education sector. And there are 3 enabling factors. The policy, we will definitely need to divide or design, or we have to take some policies triggered towards help so that we can address those things. And we need to have a collaborative management system and a partnership, definitely. Even in, as I said, that we are in the era of SDG, where which is based on 5 pillars, and one of the pillars is the partnership. Other than partnership, we just cannot go ahead. So the way forward that we are thinking with those experience that we have to leveraging on COVID-19 lesson from the future, we are thinking of blended learning or blended modality of education. We are rethinking of education formative assessment as a new mode of assessment. We are thinking of inclusive and equitable learning. We are thinking of preparing our teachers. We are taking into consideration the partnership. With all this, and I would like to stop, and my apologies, I do not know whether I have taken much time, but I'm ready to answer. But I tried just to share with you the story of Bangladesh, what we have done so far, along with all our friends. Thank you very much for giving your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azam. We very much appreciate your time and also your very comprehensive and informative presentation. Many things that could be picked up on through there. I really liked the blended learning framework. There's lots that could be examined there. And thank you also for agreeing to take some questions and comments from participants. And may I first ask Anam Hock from the National Coalition Kampe to, if you have a comment or a question, Anam.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Shafiul Azam Bhai. It was really comprehensive and excellent. It provided a good overview of Bangladesh. And really, the government of Bangladesh is investing time and resource to address the right to education. You have rightly mentioned that Bangladesh made significant progress during past 2-3 decades, and a lot has been stagnant due to the pandemic. And the new initiative will definitely help in addressing the emerging challenges. One of the biggest achievement in Bangladesh is advancement in using ICT, and the government has taken ICT as an opportunity and introducing the blended teaching learning process. So it relates huge investment and capacity. I think one of the biggest challenge will be build capacity of the teachers, particularly who are in remote location, providing access to internet for the children from the marginalized family to provide assistive device, and conducting the assessment, because we have some kind of mindset that testing or participating in examination is the key measurement tools. And this new initiative is thinking us to go for formative assessment, which needs a huge awareness raising. Would you mind to share one or two issues, how you are thinking about build capacity of the teachers and how to raise awareness about the upcoming modalities? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anam, for bringing up two very important issues. Yes, since I was sharing our story of COVID-19 period while we were addressing those issues, many of the issues came up during that pandemic period. First of all, I'd like to respond about the assessment issues. One of the experience that came up, we were taking classes, online classes, but the issue came up worldwide actually, how those students will be assessed. I mean, all over the world, when there is a national exam or summative exam to assess the students of their achievement. And earlier it was always dependent on the summative assessment. Now the question came, how we will do that summative assessment when we are not in a position to take them or take them to the regular classroom. Even from our experience that time, we found that many of the students were not getting involved in the regular online classes. Then one thing came up, we introduced some assignment system in the schools or to the students. What made them actually get involved? Because they now realize that when I have to write some assignments, that will be assessed. And based on that, he or she will be graded later on. That from that thing, actually, though we were talking, even before pandemic, we are thinking of this formative assessment to be a regular part of it. But this pandemic has given us opportunity to get involved our students into this assignment process, and through that formative assessment process. And yes, you have rightly said that it has become a challenge both for the students and more for the teachers, because doing this new kind of assessment will require new kind of skill. For that reason, the immediate action that we have taken when we have introduced that assessment, we have given them training on that new kind of assessment or assignment system. So with the specific kind of rubrics and all this. So these are all connected when we talk about education. Actually, education, when we can see some impact from different corners, it has to, you have to fit in. So otherwise, it will never work. Just suddenly introduce something, it cannot work. So when we have to introduce, we have to prepare the teachers, we have to prepare the system, we have to even prepare the students that how to write it in a different way. So that they get accustomed to it, because earlier they were accustomed to the summative exam. So this is in a nutshell, from the story I just wanted to answer. And just on a broad line, even government is now thinking very seriously about professional development of the teachers, not in because there is already an ongoing challenge. But when we are talking about the future education, which will be blended education, in that case, the training of the teachers just for face-to-face education will not suffice. I have to train them for ICT-based pedagogy system even. Online-based assessment system even. So all these sort of training will be a big challenge in the upcoming days. Thank you very much, if I have answered you.
Thank you, Dr. Azam. We have one other question from Farah Kabir, and greetings to you, Farah. Great to see you on board, the Country Director of Action Aid. Over to you, Farah.
Well, it's lovely to be with all of you from ASBE, and it's been some time, so thank you for inviting me. Dr. Azam, it was a great presentation, and I was thinking that for Bangladesh, one of the challenges that will always remain is the proportion, the ratio of teacher student, and given our size of our population. So while you talked about blended education, and you've talked about capacity building, new ways of teaching and so on, have we improved on the teacher student ratio? That was one thing I was thinking about. The other thing I was thinking about, that you did mention at the end of your presentation that the expectation of GDP is 4 to 6 as per the global standards. But if we even put that aside, the ambitions, the aspirations and ambitions that you have stated in your presentation, is it being backed by the financial requirement? So I was wondering how we work on that. So these are my two questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Farah Khan, ma'am, for your nice comments. And these are, again, a very important issue. First of all, you asked about the teacher-student ratio. Yes, honestly speaking, this has been a issue for Bangladesh, even before pandemic, even not in emergency issue arena. We are always struggling addressing the area of access, equity, and inclusivity. These were a continuous challenge for a country, for many of the countries, and also Bangladesh was gradually addressing those. But what this blended mode or this COVID-19 has taught, because just an example, I tell you, earlier we were struggling that in remote areas we could not place many of the teachers because teachers sometimes do not stay over there. But COVID-19 has taught us that even without teacher, if we can continue our classes through media or through pen drive, we can have the device, and we can take the classes from here. We can at least continue education. That said, I'm not saying that this is the complete answer. At least it has shown us that now we have a chance to reach to those remote people through different modalities, the modalities that we are thinking of. So this is one way of answering that, to be very honest. Now government is thinking to address even those remote parts students were a big challenge. So government is thinking through this changed or future modality of education to address the remotest part. And definitely the government will, as you know, also the government is also already recruiting or increasing the number of teachers day by day. So that part will be addressed. This is my expectation. To be very honest, I am very positive, and I always want to see the if half glass of water is shown, I always see that half glass is full, not the half is empty. So maybe that's the thing. This is how I feel, number one. Number two, as you were talking about the financial part, I mean,
the budgetary allocations.
Budgetary allocation.
Because we have the budget coming up in a month's time.
Yeah, you started with a comment that when we are talking from Bangladesh, we are talking about a huge number of population. We are not talking about a small country. We are talking about more than 160 million people. We are talking about more than 41 or 42 million students. So it's so huge. It will take time. But if I refer back to my presentation, I said that in last 5 years, we can see that the allocation is doubling, or almost in 5 years, it has doubled. That means government has a good intention in and always giving priority to the area. And you will be happy that we are developing that blended education master plan. And while we are preparing it, it was more than $1,000 billion program. And all our policy people were saying, no, it's not a problem. We will share it. And our Honorable Prime Minister will definitely see the situation. And because of the development of the education, definitely government will gradually come up over there. This is just my view, to be very honest, number one. Number two, what I think that gradually we are progressing towards that, because we have to keep it in mind the other necessities. But I would like to support or say in favor of the initiative that government is gradually increasing it. And definitely when government will see that there is more need in this arena, they will come up with more support. Thank you very much.
Before Bernie takes the mic away from me, two small questions. One is that we have an increase in the child marriage, and therefore girls are at the very, very vulnerable and are losing the opportunity for education. I hope you and the government will be making targeted programs and targeted allocation. This is one. Is that true? And two is, are you putting pressure on the corporates, because they are talking about they need skilled people, they need skilled young people, then they must also invest. Is there a dialogue happening there? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The first one about the emancipation of girl education. To be very honest, as we see even in HDG, there is still another goal number 5, still targeting towards that girls emancipation. That's a worldwide and problem. And in Bangladesh also, we are targeting so many programs. You will be happy to know that I have already shared that in the education sector, we have made stipend programs, and we have made education free for the students even up to, if I'm not in, up to grade 12 level. And free books and all these are there. As about girls' marriage and to address the adolescent issue, I do not know, but I'm happy to share with you in this forum. We have got a project like Generation Breakthrough, which is supported by UNFPA and other development partners like Plan International, UNICEF, everyone are coming together, where we are trying to raise the awareness among the adolescent students about their health issues, about their adolescence problems and all these, about the child marriage. And there is continuous several kind of efforts are being taken. And when we are talking about bringing back those who were left out during that pandemic from school, to bring those back to school once again, so that those girl students do not get married. So there is a continual effort on from the government side, and it's very much in the mind of the government. It's not that forgetting that part, we can address all. If we forget that, we cannot bring everyone, then someone will be left behind. But we are heading towards no one left behind. Thank you very much. This is number one. Number two, when you are talking about skill, yes, definitely. That again, that blended learning master plan will be an answer for that, because one of the example, you might have heard that we have very recently implemented SESIP, Secondary Education Sector Improvement Program. Under that, we piloted 640 schools. We have introduced pre-voc and vocational education so that the regular students simultaneously with their knowledge, they can have a skill developed like the all other countries. While I was studying, doing my PhD in Australia, I remember my kids, they were taught how to do the cooking and some other skills. And I was surprised from a country like Bangladesh. So why they are being taught that sort of a thing? Now I can understand why that is important. Because it's not only knowledge, simultaneously with knowledge, a student, the future generation should be groomed up or brought up with skill so that they can face the future world with some sort of technical knowledge. Keeping that in mind, Bangladesh has also taken that initiative. We have piloted in 640, but you will be happy that our Honorable Minister has already declared that this voc and pre-voc will be a part of general education for each and every school. And ultimately, a dialogue has also already started from, we have very recently, Bangladesh Accreditation Council has been established that to ensure the quality assurance in the higher education sector. So the dialogue has already started how to bring back the academia world with the employer society so that the academia can produce something that is really demanded from the employability sector. If it is answered to your question, thank you very much for your question. These are really very important. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I better jump in. I know Enam has only the very briefest comment to round out this this session. Enam, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, I keep the girls' issues when I saw Farapa is there. So Farapa, thank you for raising that question. And maybe to note, not to respond, there are two other disparity issues severe in Bangladesh. One is persons with disability and recently the working children. So maybe we are just taking note that those issues has been discussed. I raised my hand to convey Rashida Appa's gratitude. She is not in the Zoom platform, but she is watching in the Facebook Live. And she called me to convey her gratitude to Shafiullah Zumba. It was really excellent intervention. And thank you from campaign and thank you from civil society community. Thank you.
Thank you. Please convey my salam to Rashida Appa. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with this group. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you again so much, Dr. Azam, for your excellent presentation and for making yourself available in this dialogue. This is exactly the sort of dialogue between stakeholders and civil society and government representatives that is so welcome and much needed. Of course, you're very welcome to stay on. We appreciate that you're a very busy person, but if
my
you do,
apologies. Another meeting has already started, and
I'm sure you're
standing in front of my door.
Okay. Well, thank you again for your time. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My apologies. Okay. It would have been nice to stay with you, but
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
All right, maybe this can be a good moment to get everybody we take a photo of the group. And now, Dr. Azam, are you able to stay at least for the photo?
Oh, okay.
That would be great. And maybe what we can do is when when Bads is able to give us the message to say so, maybe we can just give a thumbs up for the campaign, which is to protect education in emergencies. So Bads, you just tell us when we should put our smiling faces on and show our screen, if everyone can make their screen available, and let us know when you're ready.
Turn on your video, everyone. Okay, we have 3 pages, so keep on smiling. Okay.
Keep on smiling from now.
Okay,
do we put our thumbs up as well now?
Okay, thumbs up now. Okay, page 1. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's go to the next page. Just keep on putting your thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Great.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for participating in that.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
See you,
Bye-bye.
Dr. Azam. Okay. All right. Now we are, not surprisingly, we are behind time. And just to let you know that we do have a brief break after the next set of inputs. But I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss this next focus, which is on Afghanistan. And we have two brief... Yes, is that someone speaking?
Yes, it's me, Farah. I will have to leave in 15 minutes because I had blocked my time up to 1 o'clock. And now I can extend it by 1:20 because I have another award giving event with young volunteers. So that's something I can.
Okay, so Farah, does that mean that you won't be making the presentation later in the session on education financing?
Unfortunately, because I mean, you do want to hear the Afghanistan presentation. So if I'm around for another 20 minutes and then I leave. But I think I raised some of those issues when I was speaking to Dr. Azam.
Yes,
and
noted that you raised those questions.
And and I'm sure the colleagues here, all those present, totally appreciate the importance of financing. It's about the cohesion and synthesis, the synergy, the linking of that. So I'm very sorry, I apologize, but it's really, I've been here from the beginning, but it is running over time.
Yes.
So my apologies.
No problem. All right, thanks for being with us, Farah. Okay, so we move on now to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Jan Ahmadian. He's the National Coordinator of the Afghanistan National Education Coalition Organization, ANECO. Without further ado, can I ask you to take the floor, Jan?
Thank you very much, Bernie. Thank you very much, speakers and all participants. Good morning and good afternoon to all of you. Well, thank you for this opportunity to enable me to discuss about the education emergency in Afghanistan. And there are some couple of data that I gathered and what we experienced since August 2021 and before that, because Afghanistan is always an emergency. We experiencing more than 4 years of destruction, war, and conflict in the country. I'm sharing my screen, my presentation. See how it works. Do you have my screen sharing?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
For today, I have only 8 minutes, and I will wrap up my speech within this 8 minutes. I'm going to discuss about the ANECO overview on education emergency from a CSO perspective, that how the changes in economy and political affected our civil society in Afghanistan since August 2021. The situation, the overall situation in Afghanistan affects not only the Afghanistan, the neighboring countries, but the overall region. We know that war, conflict, and destruction is the worst phase of human to sacrifice hopes of millions of people, especially innocent children, who wish to say hello to her children in class in every morning. Such changes in education system and those barriers imposed by the new regime, it definitely resulted in depression of the children because they are out of school right now, especially the young ladies, that they are forced to stay home and not to attend the classes. Such depression, also lose of hope for having a bright future, but seeing other boys, the other gender, that they are going to school and developing for the dreams and bright future. The childhood complex trauma is another reason and another subsequent of such discrimination in education system, especially for children, for the girls. Gradually, they become such children. They become aggressive, rude, and ready to be fight. Such behavior will affect not only the household, the father and mother and the other family members, but it has definitely a direct effect on the society, on the country. And whenever they move out of the country, they are still suffering from such complex trauma. This effort, the civil society in Afghanistan, at the region, at the Asia and Pacific, we are doing our best to afford for gender equality and women empowerment. But the scenario repeats every day, not in Afghanistan, but in Asia and Pacific. So such negative effect will result that we will not achieve our gender equality goals because we are neglecting a huge part of society that they are the tomorrow's leader, or they are the persons to lead our society in future. In this case, in such situations, what is the role of the civil society? The CSO's non-political support to quality education as the first and last option for advocacy and positive change. Politicizing the CSOs in Afghanistan in recent years resulted in designing and implementing projects that was not ended for a sustainable education system in Afghanistan. The rapid political change in the country forced CSO's leaders to flee the country to a safe place inside or outside of Afghanistan. A horror dominated the country to reduce the risk of kidnapping, torturing, and kidnapping due to working background of civil societies. Those frontline defenders, civil society activists who said something against such discrimination and extremism in this recent 20 years. Most CSO's projects and working plans are suspended right now until a better security situation in Afghanistan. Means education can wait based on political situation and for the unknown time. Economy and banking become a bottleneck through sanctions imposed on the Taliban regime, but local people and CSOs affected the most. Politicians are always safe during this crisis. They are not available in Afghanistan. Only the local people are in Afghanistan, and they are suffering from political changes, from economy situation, from poverty, and so on and so forth. So the education should be free from any political issues. ANECO had 100+ members before August 2021. But now we don't know how many members we have in the country. And these capacities has already moved out of the country. But ANECO is planning for mapping CSOs in our target provinces at the national level for such data for a better coordination and planning. So the way forward in such crisis, as an example in Afghanistan, and it should be a good learning for our neighboring and other countries in the Asia Pacific. Some emergency but not recovery humanitarian projects and aid lead to more dependency. It means that the education system or much depends on the aids and donation. Household economy and recovery phases of the projects are missing within these projects to boost individual income sources. CSOs are the first affected group due to international sanctions, banned international fund transfers. more than hundreds of CSOs in Afghanistan since August, they have not received funds through international transfers because the countries imposed sanctions on the Taliban regime, but the CSO's projects are also affected by international transfers. So for such emergency situation, it should be think ahead that what can be happen to CSOs in the country in time of emergency. Advocacy voices, especially for girls' education, are oppressed completely, need regional and global support. Means that inside the country, the voices are almost, there is no voice actually from Afghanistan, especially for the girls and for women. But we can raise our voice at the regional and global level, and we need your support as well. An ECO's plan for capacity building at this time for new CSOs leaders through capacity building programs and focusing on regional and international advocacy. We need a huge number of CSOs has already left the country. This is all capacity built in recent 20 years, but all these capacities are fleeing. But what can we do? We have to think to build the capacity of tomorrow's leaders through special capacity building programs. Afghan CSOs need regional and global support for a smooth fund transfers for the projects to enable them to continue to plan and work for quality education in Afghanistan. We conclude that we all learned from COVID-19 crisis to be ready for such an emergency situation in our region. Remote learning through different means of communication is crucial for Afghanistan and the region. We all live in a global village. Let's share hope and prosperity through education, especially in emergency situations. Thank you very much. May God bless all of you for helping and thinking about Afghan people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. And thank you also for keeping to the time. And just for those who don't know, John and his family needed to leave Afghanistan for his family's security reasons. So what we will do is we'll move straight to the next speaker and then enable 1 or 2 questions at the end. So it also gives me great pleasure to invite Ms. Roshan Mashal, another strong woman activist from Afghanistan, to speak. Thank you, Roshan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Bryn, and thank you for asking for this important dialogue in this critical time for Afghanistan. I'm so sorry and so sad to talk about my country that we turned back for more than hundreds years ago. We again struggling for allowing to access to our fundamental rights. And I want to be voice of my poor sisters and daughters who are living inside to Afghanistan right now. Dear friends, I'd like to have your attention to a very brief overview to past 4 decades in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a landlocked country that has been in conflict for more than 43 years. The conflict started with the invention of the country by the then Soviet Union that lasted 10 years. After the withdrawal of the Soviet troops, the country was engulfed with civil war. In 1996, the Taliban took control of the country, and within hours of taking power, they closed schools for girls and banned women from working outside the homes. In the first 10 years after the Taliban regime was toppled, more than 3 million girls were enrolled in schools. Prior to the collapse of the Afghan government, several million girls attended schools. There were 3,744,000 female students, 74,000 teachers, and 800 university female lecturers. Now I would like to brief you about the current situation. Since the Taliban seized control of Afghanistan in August 15, 2021, the country has faced a deepening multiple crises, including humanitarian crisis. Women and girls have been gravely affected, with their rights and freedoms drastically rolled back under the Taliban's oppressive regime. Under these newly imposed restrictions, they have been forbidden or severely limited in their ability to travel, return to work, or continue their education. Girls in most provinces have not returned to schools. As a result, they are at heightened risk of further rights issues, including protection concerns such as child marriage, labor, exploitation, and abuse. Here, I want to share the statement of 14 years Afghan girls. It is essential for women and men to be educated as much as boys want a chance to improve their lives. We girls also want this chance. Girls have the right to be educated. Education and studying completely change people's lives and futures. If you have a dream, with education, you can achieve it. Hasina, she is 14 years old. So we must not forget that education is not a privilege. It is a right. The Taliban denial of girls' education was a profound betrayal for Afghan girls and their families. Last month, the Taliban backtracked on its decision to reopen secondary schools for girls. When this decision was met with backlash from the international community, the Taliban Ministry of Education stated that school opening would be postponed until a comprehensive plan for the curriculum in accordance with Sharia and Afghan culture was developed. A new curriculum designed by the Taliban is a great cause for concern. Important subjects like English, culture, history, and physical education will likely be dropped in favor of courses that serve to reinforce the Taliban's religious and political ideologies. Under such a curriculum, young Afghan women and girls would miss out on latent critical skills that could lead to employment opportunities and personal and financial independence. Denying half of the country's population the ability to seek the achieve economic empowerment and independence further dashes hopes of elevating the economic challenges that Afghanistan is facing. Before the Taliban seized power, foreign aid covered 75% of Afghanistan's state budget, funding important services, including education. Following the Taliban takeover, overseas assets and international aid have largely been frozen, and sanctions against the Taliban have not been applied to the de facto government, making getting funds into the country difficult. Afghanistan is also in the midst of a cash shortage as the country's central bank has collapsed since the Taliban takeover. Without functioning banks or access to currency, local institutions have been struggling to pay teachers' salaries, leaving the education system decimated. Many teachers are reduced to begging on the streets to feed their families. Every aspect of Afghan lives, men and women, are controlled by Taliban, from what they wear, what they say, what they do, and where to go. It is the Taliban who decide the color of women's clothes and the length of their heads. They are imprisoned in their own country, in their own homes, Taliban have turned the country into an open prison for 35 million of Afghan women, men, youth, and children. A lot has been said. Reports have been written about the suffering of Afghan people, about the violation of their fundamental rights. Every now and then, there are condemnations by world leaders or different organizations. Without action, these words are meaningless. It's our collective responsibility to ensure the Sustainable Development Goals is implemented. Education must not be politicized. Keep education free of politics. My plea to you and to the international community is to use every leverage you may have with the Taliban and with their state and non-state supporters to put pressure to them to allow our children to attend the schools and have access to quality and equal education. Support civil society to fill the gap and allocate an extra budget for girls' education in Afghanistan and promote it by alternative ways, such as providing the online education, scholarships, and fellowships for girls. Mobilize Muslim leaders and scholars around the world to intervene on behalf of millions of Afghans and engage with Taliban to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education for girls and boys. I especially urge Islamic countries in the Asia-Pacific region to condemn the Taliban's ban on girls' education, which has no basis in Islam, just as Turkey and Qatar have done. Take firm action against Taliban leaders and their supporters by imposing travel and financial sanctions if they refuse to allow girls to go to schools, allow women to return to work, and treat Afghan men, women of all ethnic groups with respect and dignity. Without an inclusive government and political participation and economic prosperity and justice, there will be no peace. No peace in Afghanistan means no peace in the region and no peace in the world. This is a valuable lesson that the tragedies of September 11 have taught us. If we do not take steps to mitigate Afghanistan humanitarian emergency, there will be devastating long-term impacts for all Afghan citizens and for young women and girls most of all. Ongoing unrest in Afghanistan will also threaten peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific region. We cannot and must not allow a group to decide the fate of 35 million Afghans and dictate to us and to the world their twisted interpretation of Sharia. Finally, we must not allow empowerment of extremism and extremist ideology. If we don't something now, the entire region will engulf in the fire of extremism. Let's not determine value of people's lives by the color of their skin or by the God they worship. Education partners, with the support of donors, should continue efforts to improve women inclusion in the workforce, including work to train more female teachers and build a more sustainable, equitable education system. We call on UN agencies to create a monitoring committee, including the civil society, especially women, to monitor Taliban's actions and behaviors regarding access and quality of education. We call on regional and international community to stand behind a long-term commitment to helping the Afghan education sector. This is the most powerful possible assistance to assure stability, peace building, development, and poverty elevation in Afghanistan. Finally, we are grateful for the aid and support that our neighbors and allies have provided. I ask the Asia-Pacific countries do not lose sight of the education emergency in Afghanistan at this urgent time of need. Through your vital support, we can send a message to the Taliban that their oppressive ideologies and cruel region will not be tolerated. In solidarity and peace, thank you so much for attention. And sorry if I took more than time that allocated for me.
Thank you so much, Roshan. It's absolutely fine. Even if you did speak a little over time, it was very important message that you've given us. If you have, if your comments are available in written form, we'll of course have a recording of this, but if you do have it in written form, it would be great to receive that, and we can make sure that all of the participants to this event
Sure, I will share with you.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, as you mentioned, time is very short. I will just check to see if there are any quick questions from anybody for either Jan or for Roshan. I see there's a few comments in the chat box. And Thea has spoken about how the issues of Afghanistan and Myanmar won't be addressed in the upcoming Asia Pacific Forum regional ministers conference because there won't be civil society representatives there. Let me see what else. And Thea is asking what our strategy can be. UNICEF is present in Afghanistan and allowed to operate, but it can only cover as much. Prativa has a question. Thank you both, or comment. Thank you both, Jan and Roshan, and the youth activist from Afghanistan for sharing your experience. All of you inspire us with your advocacy and persistence despite the odds, in solidarity with all the people, especially the women and girls of Afghanistan. And yes, further messages of thank you for your brave and clear intervention from Christina. Thank you, Nina, also such a powerful speech. As someone who has visited Kabul and GAWE University, I really hope that we can help. Anita, also thanking Roshan for joining us and sharing the reality of girls' education, praying for your and Afghans' well-being, standing in solidarity and the struggle with you in solidarity and the struggle of the Afghani people. So Christina has asked, what can we as individuals, citizens do to support girls' education in Afghanistan? Well, you might want to respond further on this, Roshan or Jan. I know we have taken note of the comments you've made already, but feel free to respond further to that question.
روشن صاحب میشه شما در مورد تعلیم تربیت دختران بگین در مورد استراتژی ما صحبت کنید.
I can see the suggestion from Nina that we advocate to the Australian government for more aid in solidarity too, and this was supported by Thea to reach out to the Australian government. Just on that matter, the Australian government will be holding national elections on the 21st of May, and most of us in Australia are very ashamed of our current government. We are hoping for a change of government within a couple of weeks, and certainly it will be on agendas of Australian civil society groups as soon as those elections are known to push for greater support to Afghanistan and also an increased refugee intake from those who have needed to flee Afghanistan. Any other final comments or questions? So there's a question from Subrat. As we understand, and as mentioned, the major reason for the girls being deprived from education is religious fundamentalism. How do we address this? Do either of you wish to speak, Jan or Roshan?
Yes, Bernie, thank you very much for the questions. Actually, for the strategy, As you know, the UNICEF is active in Afghanistan. They are receiving funds under the humanitarian aid. But unfortunately, the CSO position within this humanitarian programming and strategy is not clear. Actually, there is in ground, there is no cooperation between CSOs and the UNICEF. Most of the projects in Afghanistan are for immediately responding to a problem or responding to emergency situation in Afghanistan. All the projects, it's good to be prepared for emergency planning and responding, but the phase of the emergency should be specified. For example, we were part of the education emergency working group led by UNICEF in last 4 years. But we were always in emergency and we never moved to the recovery phase. It means that when some problem happens, then we immediately have to respond to that. But after that, we have to go for the recovery. The huge amount of money is spent in Afghanistan for emergency, for temporary schooling, for temporary helping to people and children. But never we move to the recovery, and still those school children are suffering because the temporary schooling and temporary tents, there is not the solution for sustainability of the education system. So we request that all humanitarian aid to Afghanistan should be based on girls' right to education. It means that they have to allocate a specific portion of the budget allocated to the people of Afghanistan. The specific percentage should be allocated for the girls' education. This is our request, and we stand up and always we raise our voice that girls' education should be a priority for any economic support to Afghanistan, any financial support to Afghanistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
I want to add,
Yes, please.
Mr.
Yes,
Brin,
please.
just
Yes.
sorry I lost the voices sometimes. Just about the how address this issue for the women's education. As I said in my presentation, we need two things in the two level. One is the financial support and technical support to providing some online classes and education for Afghan girls and women, because in the past that I highlighted that we in the past, in the 1996 up to 2002, it was 6 years the vital of the people and especially girls were wasted. And also now it is 9 months before of that, the pandemic of the COVID also. The students couldn't to participate to the schools fully. So because of that, there is a waste of the life of girls and women. Because of that, to solve the problem, the political problem in Afghanistan, up to that time, the countries could allocated a special fund as an emergency for Afghan girls and women to provide them this online classes, and also to provide them the fellowships and scholarships to they could continue their education, and this gaps in the political issue. On the other hand, we need solidarity of the governments, because the education is the very fundamental rights for each of human being. So there is we need solidarity and standing from each country's government and the people. We need people support to people. They should raise their voice beside of us to say to the Taliban that it is not their right to eliminate the girls from the very fundamental rights that it is education. So there is two things that peoples and as well as the governments could support Afghan women and girls.
Thank you so much, Roshan and Jan. There was one specific question, maybe you could respond quickly. If organizations would like to provide funding towards civil society in Afghanistan, is there a way of funds being sent? Because if the central bank system has collapsed, are there ways in which funds can be sent?
Mr. John, do you respond to this?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, as I said, international transfers and money transfer to Afghanistan become a disaster for us, especially for the CSOs. Most of the country's central bank has imposed sanction on Afghanistan, on the Taliban regime. But as I said, the civil society is affected badly. It means that those countries cannot send money to Afghanistan. And this is a big challenge for all of us. But we are looking for alternatives. How can we solve this problem? How to transfer money into Afghanistan and support CSOs in this emergency situation. But we are working on this plan and we are looking for alternatives.
The very important things it is the UN agencies are working and can working in Afghanistan, especially UN Women and UNAMA. There is a very best way to include in their plans for empowerment the civil society, especially women's lead organization and those organizations that working for education, to include them to providing funding for them and also helping them for their activities inside Afghanistan. And as Mr. John said, there should be an alternative way to support CSOs in Afghanistan, and it is going to the donors coordination and also donors commitment to support the CSOs. I think with this coordination, there will be find some ways to how support CSOs inside to Afghanistan.
Thank you so much, Roshan and Jan. I'm so sorry. We're going to have to finish this session at this time. I'm sure everybody would have a million more questions, and you certainly have heard the feeling of concern and solidarity from everyone on this event. So thank you so much for taking your time and updating us and telling us of the main issues and concerns. Everyone, I'm sure you're aware we are behind time, but I'm sure no doubt all of us would have wanted to have heard from Jan and Roshan. We're going to take a brief break. It's only going to be 5 minutes to stretch our legs and maybe grab a quick glass of water and bite to eat. But please do return, because we have another important area. We would love to hear from an activist from Myanmar to speak on the situation there. One consolation in terms of our time is that, as Farah has indicated, she won't be able to speak on the issue of financing for education. So that is one session less after the break. So please be as punctual as you can after our 5-minute break from now. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues. And hi. So I'm going to start.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Thanks,
welcome
Dave.
back. Welcome back, colleagues. And we are now in the second part of our dialogue. And this time we're going to focus on the broader education. And with our two speakers, we are going to listen to the role of community education during emergencies, as well as the role of adult education in emergency responses. So we are now widening our discussion on the good practices on education during emergencies. And then after the two presentations, we are going to listen to other examples from different countries. So we will break ourselves into two groups, and we will have a lot of discussions as well on the initiatives in other countries, such as in Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Nepal, Philippines, and then also in another group, we will listen to Sri Lanka, Vanuatu, Japan, and Australia. So there's a lot more that we are going to discuss, and we hope you continue to be with us until the end when we do a summary of our discussion. Okay, so now, as Bernie mentioned, we are privileged to have with us a speaker from Myanmar, and she is here with us to discuss the situation in Myanmar and how education is affected. But at the same time, she's going to share with us what is being done by civil society organizations amidst all this conflict and the authoritarian regime in Myanmar. So I would like to call Blessing, and she's from the Thinking Classroom Foundation. Blessing, over to you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me start my presentation with Myanmar education. After the military takeover, about 12 million children miss the school. Only rich students can afford to attend online class and international schools. Many professors, teachers, students join civil disobedience movement. According to the statement of Save the Children, 103 education facilities were attacked or damaged by explosives in May alone, and armed forces occupied at least 60 schools and university campuses between March and June 2021.
Would you like the next slide, Blessing?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Are you
you.
able to help with that, Bads? Oh, here it is. Okay, thank you.
Since before the military takeover, Myanmar education system does not much profit, particularly in the ethnic people in remote area. According to matriculation exam every year, about 70% of students are failing the exam. Chinstrik, where I come from, the most remote and poorest part of the country, and the least success in education every year. Most of the students who fail the exam give up their education as no more opportunity for them to pursue higher education. They return to the field or work somewhere else. But with little education and knowledge, many of them end up in poverty, struggling for their survival throughout their life. These are the greatest challenges for the people in Chinstrik. After the military takeover, every life is full with darkness. Heavy gunshot and explosion are heard from everywhere. Most of the houses are prepared for bunker or bomb shelters. Many families leave their house and their village for their security and safe. We are afraid to go outside as we are concerned about being detained or shot on the way and outside our house. Every price of food, medicines, and things are highly increased. and jobless people numbers are increased. Next slide. Next. As public education system collapse, community schools are initiating in many parts of the country with support of parents, community leaders, churches, CSO, and UN agencies. But many places are still missing learning and school. Ethnic community schools have been operating along Myanmar border for decades, filling education gap in area where national government weak support or where the common man limited presence. Next slide. In the area controlled by the ethnic resistance organization, Kachin, Karen, and Mon education system are well established by this organization, parallel to the gender education system for decades. Before, many people think ethnic resistance organization as rebels who didn't want peace and develop and who made the country poor. Now urban population, including Burma people, are starting to support and trusting ethnic resistance organizations. The students feel safe and enjoy learning in community school and more achieve in learning with contextualized curriculum and mother tongue-based multilingual education. Go to the next slide, please. Ethnic community schools are struggling to accommodate the rising number of students. As students increasing, financing is one of the biggest challenges ethnic community school facing. Teacher training and more qualified teachers are needed. And students who graduate from ethnic school have also faced limited higher education options because the Ministry of Education refused to recognize certificate issued by ethnic education provider that do not teach its curriculum. Many hope that this issue can be addressed through a federal system in which ethnic school and their curriculum are formally recognized throughout Myanmar. Please next go to the slide. From international school, college and university, recognize and accepting not only based on certificate, but also based on skill and competency will be very supportive and effective for ethnic education school and have more chance and right for further education of the students. Although ethnic resistance organizations face many challenges, receiving trust and accepted among people throughout the country, understanding why and how ethnic nationality struggle for self-determinations. We strongly believe that with local effort and international support, we can overcome this crisis and improve and sustain quality of community education, which will produce a good human who will create and contribute peace to community and the world. Thank you very much for your kind attentions.
Thank you very much, Blessing. We say thank you to you for taking the time. And yes, please, let's give Blessing a round of applause, please. And I can see Carla, her applause, and everyone. So thank you. We appreciate your sharing with us. And you raise a very important issue on education in emergencies, recognition and accreditation. Because usually earlier we were talking about online education for girls or non-formal education, community education. However, these are not recognized and accredited. So I have learned, for example, as a participant, but this is also, it's also important to get credit so that I can move on to higher level of education system, but this remains as a challenge. So colleagues, now we have 5 minutes for sharing and questions if you have for Blessing. And I can see from the chat, Bernie already asked Blessing, how can the resistance and communities continue to provide education when the military junta is presumably trying to stop it or control it? What's happening there? How can you, what are you, what do you do to continue education? Yes, Blessing.
Yes. Thank you for the questions. Within the country, in the like city and the urban places, with we call church-based organization is more safe to provide kind of like catechism class or Sunday school class, something like that. In the like ethnic resistant organization, they can provide in education in that they only their control area. But in some time, that is also very, some part is very temporary schooling, because we have to move when the junta are coming there. But in some like very remote area, when the junta cannot reach place, it's more safe to provide the education, community education. But very difficult to survive in that place because of financings or many resources. But at least what we must do and we can do in that place. That is, I'm not sure if I make sense your questions or not. It is what I can answer you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. Yes, I think you answered Bernie's question. And indeed, you have shared with us the challenges of continuing education, but you're doing as much as you can. Yeah. So any more question, colleague, or comment or sharing that you would like to give to Blessing? Anyone? Okay, so while colleagues are thinking of their question or comment, I have a question, Blessing. Are there efforts to negotiate with local government at the least, or maybe with international organizations to recognize schools as zones of peace, or this is really not respected by the government? What is happening there?
Sorry, I'm not clear the questions.
Yeah, because based on education as a right, there is, you know, a understanding that schools should be zones of peace, right? So that the school should not be attacked or teachers should not be harassed. Is there a negotiation, you know, happening around this, or are there international organizations helping you in this respect?
I hope that international organization also trying to do something for the country, but in that military government, they reject all things since before a long time, for decades. So they never the school or the hospital, they never concerned whenever they want to control it. They occupy all things, even in the hospital, they occupy. So we hope that in the future it may not be happen in our country, also in the world. So we hope that they will come in near soon.
Okay, thank you, Blessing. And maybe a last question as we move to the next presentation. Can education and other CSOs in Myanmar receive aid directly? Is that possible?
Totally not. Currently not. Totally, we are working within within the country, from the parent, the community, and also in like those who are migrant or those who are work in the other country. They can support it. Is currently we are running inside the country, because the right now the military government control the finance system. Yes, something like that. Even the personal bank system also they control.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Blessing. And we really do feel honored having you in this webinar. And we know that it's a challenge, you know, to be connected with us. So thank you so much. And so we will continue to have the dialogue with you and our Thinking Classroom Foundation. We continue to work with TCF on education in Myanmar. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so colleagues, we have heard Blessing, and now we move on to another country in South Asia, and we are now going to listen to India. And as I mentioned, this is adult education in emergency responses. And for this, we have Mr. Shriji Kurku, and he is, yes, he is working with, yeah, good afternoon, Shriji. And he is the program coordinator of the Center for Environment Education based in India. So over to you, Shriji.
Thank you, Tia, and welcome everybody. It's been a very great discussion, a lot of insights into what's happening around. So I'll be mostly focusing from our point of view, from the Center for Environment Education's perspectives and learnings. Having been in situations primarily which are like disasters in nature, and in that sense, the emergency, and then I would try to narrate what the key learnings and what has been those distillation of insights that we have got even as we were working in different settings. So I'll just try to share the presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, I can see your slide.
Oh, great, thank you. So, yeah, so the setting is from disasters, and that's my point of view of emergencies, but I'll also try to pitch it with recent aspects, especially from the urban context also. Yeah, to set the context. So we have had several series of emergencies in the sense of it being largely with natural hazards and in a manner that the local communities and the administration cannot respond on their own. And we have three major programmatic interventions as I kind of now reflect back. So first with this earthquake, which was in Gujarat around 2000, and then also in several similar earthquake situations in Himalayas, in the Uttarakhand, several other regions, but I'm highlighting this as the key experiences. Then we have these flash floods in Uttarakhand, which is again a mountainous area. And then, of course, tsunami, which is a very important event which has happened and key learnings from there. And in all of this, if you notice that the approach has been on a sense of rebuilding. So, and when we look at it in the context of adult education, or I would say even education, the key idea is that how do we approach situations in emergencies? Are we just going there as a one-off project-based approach, or are we trying to build in something greater and to try to build back better? And in that sense, the institution strongly believes and works on the education for sustainable development and the key principle of building back better. So I'll just narrate back some of these key highlights, and then I try to share the important learnings. So these are different settings. So if you see the image on the left-hand corner, it's about these communities in Uttarakhand, kind of looking at their own village, but in a different sense, in the sense that they're now having a shared vision about where does their vulnerability lie, what is happening to them. So even if it's an emergency situation, there are several sort of high priority things on the back of their mind at individual levels. But at a collective scenario, we are able to bring them a shared vision, a shared approach, a shared effort. And that too, when we talk in terms of shelters, safe shelters, and all. And there begins the journey of adult education, I would say, as a transformational opportunity. And there, so there's a more, more reception and more intent and agreement by the community members to learn about vulnerability assessment, to learn about participative planning. And the whole process is done in such a manner that they are quite engaged with each other and engaged on the system, and it's simple to do things. There are, of course, several training modules and materials to go with this. But this, as you say, is like something which is standalone, which can be done by anybody. And this begins the learning journey, I would say, towards relooking, revisiting the whole landscape, not just from an earlier perspective, from an emergency perspective, but far holistically, moving on to things like what makes them vulnerable? Is it the social aspect? Is it the financial aspect? Is it the environmental or the governmental or the administration? What is it? And based on that, they arrive at some of their own insights on what makes them vulnerable and prone to emergencies and what they can do further. The image on the right hand corner, it's again, there's a, you can see the bricks being actually laid down. Now, this was a tremendous pressure. I would say a lot of CSOs coming in with very good intentions and then have that pressure to give. And I remember the statement from our colleague from Afghanistan where he mentioned about that in the process of a humanitarian aid, we do not kind of make them dependent. So this is one key thing, that as we deal with communities, the ownership and that initiative should be backed with them. And this, again, the education for sustainable development principles approach does help it. Here, if you look at this, this looks at people looking at their own traditional system. There's something called Vastu, which actually looks at integrates house design with traditional customs. Where should the kitchen be? Where should be the windows? And so on and so forth. So much, close to the hearts of the local communities, the fishing community. And this again gets integrated with the shelter design. Now, this is something that we have done consciously because the formal governmental, guidelines would only talk in terms of shelter or quality or guidelines on disaster proofing shelters. But this is trying to accommodate and integrate traditional customs, cultures into it. And what it helps is to bring in a strong ambience of a collective learning and appreciation and participation. I'll move further. Now that there is a scene or a scenario where you have a large buy-in by the community on what is the process, what are we envisioning, and the emergency scenario will stay for a certain time. There is a time limitation, but and before that period escapes out, and then priorities change. This is very key timeline that we need to kind of integrate. So here we immediately try to look at resources which are available nearby. So fortunately, we had a fly ash thermal power plant nearby, which has fly ash as one of its waste, and it could be kind of made into bricks. And we had the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore bringing in their expertise, being able to develop a technique that people, the beneficiaries or people themselves could kind of look at it. And this primarily helped to kind of give a coverage to the local basins and the local labor. So, earlier what would have been a scenario where people would have been migrating, the whole thing fell back. And now we have a situation where they are kind of forced to look at some of these design materials, construction materials, and they are very open to know about this. And there is several processes to this. One of the key processes what we could work out is that the gender inclusivity has to be very strong, and that is where we say that when you bring out these interventions, there is a strong connect between men and women and how their participation goes around in the shelter construction. So I've enumerated several of the methodologies, but most importantly was that each of these households, the children used to take these fly ash bricks, put it into the seawater. They used to thrash it, put their hammer on it, and then try to figure out in their own way whether this is strong material or not. And that was very interesting, and that was allowed to be done. So it was a gradual process, but it certainly built in faith, and that they themselves being in tune with such eco-friendly materials. And I would also kind of pitch in here that this set of semi-skilled laborers or the unskilled laborers, they were all also taken to the institutions and the other outside Tamil Nadu or outside the affected area to look at how these materials have been used and how people feel there. So this builds in a tremendous amount of sense of ownership, and that things will turn out good. And therefore, we had a cadre of semi-skilled and skilled or even unskilled laborers who were wanting to do this masonry training on actually how to use fly ash bricks. And we have to build that cadre. And today, even today, as of today, we have that skill set being there. It also very interesting to see that when we were doing this, we were trying to pay those wages in digital transactions in banks. So, and now they would therefore know that was this avenue to bring in this sort of digital literacy, financial literacy, whatever smaller gaps, possibilities is available, that was kind of integrated. So it was a slow journey, but a part of an educational learning approach. This is a very critical part of the process when we were doing with emergency recovery. And often this is some where we lose the game. This is where like you would have these traditional governance systems, or maybe there's no governance systems in the sense that there's no established elected people around. And this is a classical case in Gujarat, where there were no grams panchayats, elected institutions when the emergency or things happened. And we were able to pull in the whole community in a mode of samvad. Samvad in Gujarati local means consultations. And this is how we talk about Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. That's people's institutions, people's consultations, meetings. And they were organized into Gram Samitis. Now, although this is an informal setup, they had this power and leverage to then get the government backing them to say that these Gram Samitis are getting recognized and authorized for taking decisions. And that was a very key thing, because for the first time, people could realize that it is possible for them to take ownership of the whole issue, of the whole situation. They need not be very much dependent on a particular elected person or a certain formal mechanism. But there are these ways. And this was a very powerful way of for especially adult education, in the sense that they could realize that their sense of empowerment, that there is a certain power within each individual, and that there is a power at the collective end also. So this helped basically organize themselves to build, to make it further. They could organize themselves into the self-help groups, which could then get more connected with the government schemes, and in partnership and networking with several other CSOs, and that was an enabling environment. So you could actually see that it's a dish in preparation. You could see these ingredients falling in place, where you have a lot of participation, engagement. Of course, there are also these differences of opinions and all, but these are all healthy processes. And this is where I think, as an institution, when we look at it, we allow those processes to happen, and we could actually churn out leaders from this. This is also the time, I would say, that the emergency brings in a certain type of quality for resilience within the community. And if given the correct ambience or the appropriate ambience, the people and that leadership qualities does come out. This was a very powerful and a very important process of getting the local panchayats, or the local people into a collective, and then getting mainstreamed into the governance systems. And this actually helps. So post-emergencies also, these continue, and they get a greater recognition and say in how things need to develop in the village. This is a classic one where we're kind of documenting experiences. And I remember this quote from Amar Chara. He was a mason, and he was mentioning that earlier he didn't understand the architect drawings when the civil engineer used to make, along with their participation in the design. But then he has this knowledge now, and it's a hands-on knowledge. So he now uses that as a way to better and safer construction practices in and around this house. So we see here that there is a buy-in by individuals and by groups for taking in a learning part of their interest, and there is a continuity in that adult education, which comes not because there is a push, but because there is a demand, and because there is a relevance to their lives and livelihoods. So at the end of it, what I would say is that overall, when across all these three scenarios of a tsunami or a earthquake or flooding scenario, when we look at it post a certain time period, we're seeing that people are able to connect that how education or a certain shelter-based approach or intervention, which has been done very consciously in an educational approach, how it gets connected with their soil, how it gets connected with the energy efficiency, the climate scenarios, and the climate action that is required, how it is developing resilience, the gender part of it. And this is what actually enables CSOs or facilitates people involved. I mean, once they're able to bring in this, I think there's a great faith for us not being so much, not being so much bothered about that project period is closing or then what will further happen. Because we see generally that it just ends in certain times as the project closes. But this is a very wonderful way of an exit strategy, what I would say, because emergencies begin and emergencies end. So we need to have a clear indication of what we would try to achieve along or touch along those lines. So if what we see here is that these are critical things. If we can bring in these elements during and as we work in the emergencies, there's a better chance of a better preparedness and resilience within the community. I'll just kind of put up some of the main points about this actually becoming a very individual, very collective. It has to infuse survival skills, prosperity skills, and at the same time connect with the environment or the planet. I'll just move on to the next slide, which is just talking about the livelihoods and ecosystem. So this is very critical intervention to make emergencies as opportunities for transformation. So this is where we ensure that a certain decent work is available. There is a certain flow of cash fund available within the community, and that flow is happening for a renewed learning. So I would say that this is more like earning while learning. And the pictures here indicate basically these are farmers' fields. So the concept here is that you have the farms around, and you need not always have walled schools, but these are learning spaces. Open place-based learnings is what the particular strategy is. And here the farmers themselves kind of experiment, and they have these demonstration plots to look at what things work, how does these things work, and it includes both laborers, women, progressive farmers, several people, and we see these results because it's an open slate. It's visible to everybody. So what works, what doesn't work, it's an open school, open place, open shop, open blackboard, which everybody can see. And in this, while doing this, one of the most important things that we understand now is that they start discovering underlying chronic emergencies. So it could have been an earthquake or a flood, which had been an emergency in the first place. But now they can try to look at what is the water stress, what is the salinity ingress that is happening, or what makes their area vulnerable, what is the tree cover over there, does their food grains have that sufficient strength, does it have enough biodiversity in their area, how are their water resources getting managed. So they kind of emerge into larger underlying root causes, and they can sense that these are the emergencies because of which primarily they are unable to recover in a natural hazard situation. So we try that this adult education process, basically they have this informal system, but then with these formal field schools, they kind of discover and then engage on these topics, which makes them move towards or shift towards a longer term perspective with a renewed sense of emergency. So this sense of emergency is good to have. While the emergency itself may have stopped, but to have a sense of emergency is good to be there. And there is where we see some of the key leaders or the cadres from where people come out and then they take this thing forward. And this becomes a lifelong learning process. And it helps to integrate with other mainstream schemes and programs, especially for climate change and climate connections. This is a set of interventions which were not, what we now feel is that this helps strengthen adult education during emergency. So what if there are programs which deal directly with schools. So even in that, we have this open school concept, but the idea there is to give them some sort of a safety and engage them so that families are not too much burdened with kind of taking the care of the children. At the same time, the children are in a better, safe environment and engaging environment to learn in a structured way about things. But what happens here, even if it's not an adult education direct intervention, what happens is there is a strong connect between these children and the families. And we have the school to the community approach, and it builds the entire trust and a learning environment among the community. So there are stages where even the children kind of discuss issues of their village. They're able to put it up as posters, simple things, engage with their families in this discussion. Yeah. And we have this outreach efforts also. So a celebration of events, but I would say reason for celebration is more important. So how people then look at science or people's biodiversity registers, they hear it for the first time, but then it gives them a feeling and a sense of empowerment that they can contribute to this. So we tend to look at these as celebratory events, which then kind of strengthens the continuity in educational process. I would now arrive at the key points here, and therefore what we feel and strongly believe is that the response to emergencies and how powerful the adult education or how protected it could be would actually depend on how that approach is taken, whether it has the elements of education for sustainable development, the disaster risk reduction, the climate action, very critical approaches and frameworks to handle or models to take up. And what it also helps is to rekindle that sense of urgency for resilience building. So there's no lethargy, there is a certain momentum which is built into the community, and that learning pathways is taken up. And then you have educational tools which are co-created. Now that is something we have seen increasingly being done, where the people, the children, everybody contributes, contextualizes, and have their own customized learning materials, which is then useful in their local context. And that helps also a lot of sharing of resources and learnings, visions, understanding of perspectives, and that continued passion for discovering and learning about their environment, learning about how to do things better. And therefore, what we feel is that adult education in emergency specifically, right from the beginning, if you were to identify these critical areas, it can set out individual learning paths as well as a collective learning path. And this can be very critical how they end up in the future. So while I have been talking all about this in a natural hazard disaster kind of a situation, but we have seen this relevant even in the urban context where we work with urban slum women in urban slums, especially in metropolitan cities, where they face tremendous heat waves, climate stresses like heat waves, vector-borne diseases, flooding. And they've taken this, and we've seen here also whenever that sense of combined vulnerability assessment and visioning happens, they're open to learn with these tools and techniques, and then take it forward to discover their learning pathways and how to address this better. So this was the primary nutshell, but while ending, I would just kind to highlight this particular recognition from the UNU, and this is the Regional Center for Expertise. So this actually to showcase that what the interventions happen in that emergency time is also formalized. There is some thing that connected so that this knowledge gets documented, and we know that there is a learning curve, that the learning is or the education is the fundamental approach while we kind of design the intervention. So this also helps people to pull back on, to retrieve, and then discover and improve on their learning programs. So I think that was what wanted to highlight. Be happy to take up all suggestions and comments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Sri G. Thank you so much. And colleagues, again, another round of applause for Sri G of CEE. And you have shown us how emergencies can be transformational and the role of adult education in transforming individuals and also communities in all aspects. So thank you so much for those concrete experiences. And I will read the question of Caroline. She left already, but she would like to ask you, Shriji. And she says, okay, one moment. She is asking, okay. Well, first of all, these are amazing initiatives, she said, and thank you. And I would like to ask, to what extent did CEE or others plan for the adult education to be integrated with emergency response? Or did someone spot the opportunity and add it in? So what's the process of integrating adult education in the emergency response?
Right. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this out. So I'll just reflect back a bit more. Even when we were not working in emergencies as an institution, we were primarily working in environmental education, largely focused on schools and communities. But then we have realized that the first opportunity when it came to intervene in an emergency situation like the earthquake, or then subsequently the tsunami, that was the point we realized that what we were doing was nothing different than in an emergency situation.
Okay.
Because what we are doing already is to do with sustainable education, sustainability education, to look at things holistically. And this is looking at how do you things do differently, but then with eco-friendly, all those elements that we now talk about as sustainable elements. We were trying to do that in our own pockets, but then looking in an emergency context, as we intervene, what we realize is that the initial half when you require a rapid response, that is a very small, that is the area where there are a lot of helping hands coming in. But we need to be like, we need to lay low and we need to be there for some bit of time, because that is where your sustainability education things will play out. And that is where the adult education things will become more and more prominent. Because what traditionally happens is the education and those parts get low prioritized. Things of, attending to beneficiaries and schemes and several other things, this gets way back as a backbencher. And that is where, as an institution and education, we try to bring this as a forefront, as adult education being the driver to these things. And the moment we have people linked to this, they being able to see that what is the approach and the principle behind our presence, or they being able to discover the underlying emergency scenarios, the much inherent vulnerabilities which are there. There's a huge buy-in for learning about that thing. So if you look at all these interventions, the entire thing is to create that learning ambience. So to that extent, we are able to bring in that. And of course, then the material development and others, that expertise is there. But the point is not to rob away the initiative from the community. So we still keep it at that level and allow that to emerge and co-create from community. So that means there will be a lot of these customized packages, customized materials, tools, and then some of them are relevant across regionally, some of it are very relevant locally. But then it's the ESD approach that is fundamental to all this.
Okay, thank you so much, Shriji, and we can discuss more. And I can see from ASBE members, we also have Philippine Rural Reconstruction Movement, who has been very much into ESD. So we have less time here, but there could be other opportunities for us to discuss in detail. I think the questions that you raised regarding AIL and how you can facilitate that were very useful for us adult education practitioners. So thank you so much, Riji, and all the best to your work in CEE. Okay, thank you. Okay, colleagues, I know we're rushing and we are now going into our breakout session. We have two groups and we have Bernie, we have 20 minutes to share in the breakout session. We have presentations from members.
Thank you. Yes, Thea. The plan is for everybody just to self-select. You'll see on the program, the first group stays where you are in the main room, and then group B is in a separate room which will be provided. We hope that there'll be a fairly even spread within the two groups. We do ask that every speaker really tries to stay within your time so that there can be some true dialogue in the 10 to 12 minutes at the end of each presentation. So group A stays in this space and that's Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Nepal, and Philippines. And those that would like to hear from speakers from those countries. And the Group B, for the first group, Susmita will moderate. In Group B, Anita Borka from ASPE will moderate the second group. That's Sri Lanka, Vanuatu, Japan, and Australia. So those who would like to listen to those 4 speakers, please go when that prompt comes up to Group B. And the request is that you only have one question to return to, just to bring one key idea that emerged. Of course, you'll have 20 ideas, but just bring one idea from each group to share in the plenary before we very quickly close. Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Thea.
Yes, so now I would like to ask Bads to open the other breakout room so that we can select participants, colleagues can select that if they want to go to group 2. Okay. So breakout room 1 is now open. So group B is now open. So if you want to join that, you can join. And then for those, as mentioned by Bernie, who would like to listen to group A's discussions, then can just stay in this room. Okay, see you in 20 minutes.
Susmita, you can start the discussion here in the plenary.
Okay, thank you very much, Bads, and welcome you all in today's breakout session. And I'm sure it's already very late and we will not spend much more time in the welcoming and all. We have participants and presenters, mainly presenters from Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Nepal, and Philippines. We will be hearing from them, their experiences of promoting education for all in emergency situations. And we know all these countries have a different kind of emergency situation and their challenges are diverse. So I'm sure you will find it very interesting to hear their experiences and how they manage to work along in this kind of situation. And as Bernie said, that at the end of all the 4 presentations, we will together try to identify maybe 1 or maximum 2 issues or advocacy areas that you would like to bring up in the plenary. So may I please request Ms. Eshmur Atova Zainib, who is the Director of Public Fund Center for Development and Protection of the Vulnerable Groups of the Population from Kyrgyzstan, to share her presentation. Zainib, are you there? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Susmita, I think.
Okay, is Zainib there? Yeah. Zainib, if you want, we can share the presentation.
Susmita, I'm Saima from Bunyad. Unfortunately, Madam Shaheen moved into the group number B. Can you please help us how we can come back in, group A? Madam Shaheen, please.
Okay, sure. Bads, can you just bring Shaheen ji back to group 1 because Pakistan is presenting here?
Yes, it is Bunyad Literacy Community Council.
Okay. So it's named as Bunyad Literacy. Zainib, are you there? I'm not sure. Or else Masuma, can you just check with Zainib?
No, Madam Shaheen is there, but
yes, we will check now.
Group,
okay.
So she's now in our group.
Okay. So Zaini, can you please start your presentation? We can share your presentation from here. Can everybody see my screen?
उसके बाद आपकी 5 minutes के बाद आपकी.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники встречи. Не слышно?
Yes, we can hear you and we have translation also. So you can continue in Russian and we will hear the translation. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я вступаю, мое вступление от имени Кыргызстана, как член Ассоциации развития образования в Кыргызстане. И мое вступление содержит две части. Первая часть – это о нашей организации, что наша организация работает по защите и оказанию всесторонней реинтеграционной, реабилитационной и социально-правовой помощи уязвимым группам населения, в том числе детям, семьям, живущим в трудной жизненной ситуации в Кыргызстане. Мы работаем как профессиональная устойчивая организация с высоким организационным потенциалом по созданию благоприятной среды для жизни и деятельности уязвимых групп населения, включая от пожилых, лиц с инвалидностью, семьи, женщины, сироты, живущие в трудной жизненной ситуации во время чрезвычайных ситуаций и чрезвычайных положений. В данном слайде вот наши рабочие группы на местах, наши партнеры, где мы продвигаем супервизию, и наши программы именно направлены на защиту детей и женщин в трудной жизненной ситуации в условиях ЧАЭС. Следующий слайд можно? Примеры нашей работы, вот каждый год у нас идет анализ нужд и потребностей детей, семей, живущих в трудной жизненной ситуации. Примерно мы каждый год выявляем совместно с органами местной власти и государственными структурами, выявляем около 6 тысяч детей в регионах, которые живут за чертой бедности и имеют проблемы с образованием, и проблемы с полноценным питанием, и не имеющих доступа к основным базовым социальным услугам. И у нас очень хорошо поставлено сотрудничество между государственными структурами, неправительственными организациями и международными организациями вот в сети ООН. Также вот у нас на опыте мы в приграничных районах, в тех селах, где происходят чрезвычайные ситуации, мы создаем центры дневного ухода по оказанию социальной помощи семьям с детьми, живущих в трудной жизненной ситуации в регионах. На нашем опыте наша организация работает с 2016 года. Мы профессионалы, ранее работающие в госструктурах и социальных учреждениях. На нашем опыте мы создали таких 10 дневных центров дневного ухода. Также мы занимаемся подготовкой специалистов социальной сферы. В следующем слайде видно прям количество обученных нами специалистов социальной сферы. Наши обучение проходит в рамках государственных тендеров, в рамках наших проектов, продвигающих именно социальную работу с уязвимым категориям населения. Получается, что всего у нас мы обучили за последние года 480 социальных работников, социальных педагогов местных школ, продвигающих защиту прав детей. Из них вот 140 специалистов проживает в крупных городах страны, и 340 человек – это специалисты, работающих в регионах на уровне общин. И также нами была разработана, одобрена программа по подготовке приемных родителей. Мы еще параллельно продвигаем программу деинституционализации по закрытию детских учреждений интернатного типа и создаем альтернативные услуги и службы. Службы – это наши дневные центры, а услуги – это услуги приемных родителей, приемных фостерных работаем. Мы работаем по услугам фостеринга. Получается, за период 18 до 22 года, мы в этом году тоже обучаем. Всего нами было подготовлено 50 приемных потенциальных родителей. Из них 20 родителей работает с детьми и оказывает заботу детям, лишенных родительских прав. И то, что я сегодня в основном в своем докладе хотела рассказать, это работа с детьми в условиях чрезвычайных ситуаций. Как вы знаете, у нас в Кыргызстане последние года происходят вооруженные конфликты на уровне границы с Таджикистаном, среди из числа стран Центральной Азии. И в 2021 году произошел вооруженный конфликт, в результате чего пострадали очень много детей. И наш проект был направлен на создание обстановки, способствующей психологическому восстановлению и ощущению нормального ритма жизни, появление спокойствия у детей. В результате вооруженных конфликтов многодетные и уязвимые семьи, многие семьи потеряли имущество, были сожжены около 200 домов. Общее количество перемещенных жителей составило 58 260 человек. И общее количество пострадавших женщин и детей составило около 30 тысяч человек. И нами было отправлено вызов в агентство ООН ЮНИСЕФ, и была возможность реализовать гуманитарный такой проект по оказанию психосоциальной помощи и социальной помощи детям пострадавших 13 сел приграничных районов Лейлекского и Баткенского районов Баткенской области. Задачей нашего проекта было проведение углубленной оценки положения детей пострадавших сел, также создание и оснащение оборудованием 13 безопасных детских игровых площадок. Также установлено партнерство на уровне области, и мы регулярно посещали заседания кластерных встреч организации агентств ООН. Постоянно, каждый день давали отчеты по положению детей. у нас очень много было разработано методические и информационные образовательные материалы для детей и родителей. Параллельно у нас происходило осложнение положения по пандемии. Нам было очень тяжело работать, и мы еще параллельно занимались подготовкой и супервизией тех работников, аниматоров, которые должны были оказать поддержку детям. Туда включились нам воспитатели, учителя, социальные работники. И мы занимались подготовкой, чтобы они оказали профессиональную помощь нуждающимся детям в пострадавших приграничных селах. Наши безопасные детские площадки были созданы на уровне местных школ, на территории сельских школ, и мы должны были охватить и развивать альтернативные услуги на уровне общин для всех нуждающихся детей. Получается, в этих селах проживали около 30 тысяч детей. Они нуждались, не было доступа к достоверным информациям, были пробелы в получении качественного образования, они остались в социальной изоляции, и не было возможности ходить в школу и проводить свободное время в свободном пространстве. У детей был большой уровень страха во время самоизоляции, было много переживаний со стороны родителей, и у них отсутствовало условий и навыков по применению новых технологий, интернет-ресурсов, отсутствовало своевременной медицинской помощи, и дети не смогли встретиться с близкими родственниками и друзьями. Получается, в рамках нашей работы, можно следующий слайд показать. В рамках нашей работы в первичном этапе мы охватили около 10 тысяч детей. Из них 48% детей составило мальчики, 58% девочки. Всех детей мы организовали свою работу максимально, чтобы охватить максимальное количество детей. Были организованы активные игры на наших площадках и психосоциальная помощь с использованием инструментов арт-терапии и других образовательных мероприятий. Получается, что мы из всего детей, проживающих в пострадавших селах, мы охватили 68% детей. И в этих 13 наиболее пострадавших селах 1542 семей, это 4,5, больше 4,5 тысяч детей, являлись самыми уязвимыми, и у них было множество факторов уязвимости, и дети чувствовали голод, и у них были трудности в получении медицинской помощи, И нами было проведено очень большое информационная деятельность среди населения по соблюдению санитарно-гигиенических норм. Мы все время информировали население о службе телефона доверия и о службе технической помощи от государства 112. И получается, что наши сотрудники вели консультации по обеспечению позитивного ненасильственного метода воспитания детей во время конфликтной ситуации. Также у нас параллельно велись консультации по снижению страха относительно ситуации на границе и болезни вируса COVID-19. Также обеспечением родителей обычным методом поддержки по улучшению ухода и воспитания детей. Также наши консультанты, много детей не имели доступ к базовым социальным и образовательным услугам. Дети не ходили в школу, и наши консультации были направлены по снятию ограниченного доступа к базовым социальным услугам и образовательным услугам. Мы работали двухсменной работой по 3,5 часа в день. Это получается до обеда 3,5 часа и после обеда 3,5 часа. Мы не успевали принять всех детей и проводить с ними активные мероприятия в активной игровой форме или же оказание психосоциальной помощи с применением инструментов арт-терапии. И мы разработали концепцию по организации работы детских безопасных игровых площадок. Всего нами было оказано проектом, была оказана помощь. Следующий слайд можно? Получается, нами были созданы всего 13 безопасных игровых площадок. Все площадки были оборудованы необходимыми ресурсами и была оказана достаточная методическая помощь. Также вот в рамках нашей работы психосоциальной поддержкой было охвачено около 3000 семей по продлению психологических трудностей. Мы проводили психологическую помощь на уровне общин. Около 1700 семей были перенаправлены в другие службы. 1240 детей в семьях получили материальную помощь от государства. Около 1300 детей были обеспечены ресурсами для обучения, для продолжения обучения в школах. Были выявлены около 12 случаев ухода из дома и попытки суицида среди детей. Также у нас параллельно шли информационные и обучающие сессии для родителей. Более 840 родителей получили информацию от нас о ненасильственных формах воспитания детей. 120 специалистов уполномоченных органов и органов местного самоуправления, социальных работников, социальных педагогов, в школе учителя прошли у нас обучение по предоставлению качественных услуг детям в условиях ЧАЭС. Также у нами было подготовлено 26 аниматоров в приграничных районах по оказанию психосоциальной помощи в условиях ЧАЭС. Следующее. Далее у нами была проведена информационная деятельность через семьи, через социальных сетях. Мы постоянно опубликовали свою информацию. У нас был в Фейсбуке был открыт специальная страничка «Пункт обмена добром» по предоставлению материальной помощи семьям. Также нами было опубликованы статьи, специальные статьи в социальных сетях. Также мы через телевидение давали информацию регулярно. Что показало?
Yeah, can we just little bit hurry because we are running really short of time?
Да, последний слайд, да. Получается, следующий слайд можно? Вообще наш проект, наша работа востребована до сегодняшнего дня. Нас очень хорошо приняли сообщество, население, дети. Мы параллельно с детьми очень много проводили такие мероприятия, чтобы заинтересовать детей в обучении в школах, чтобы они приходили без препятствий в школу и заинтересовались детей конкурсами рисунков и конкурсами других активных игр. И поток детей у нас не снизился, у нас каждый раз увеличивался. Особенно к нам приходили очень много детей возраста от 8 до 14 лет. И мы наблюдали, что вырос количество семей, остро нуждающихся в всесторонней помощи, что оказало влияние многим детям к доступу к образованию. У детей не было обыкновенной одежды, учебники и школьной принадлежности. Мы организовали фандрейзинговую работу, и нами было закуплено ресурсы для обучения детей. Также большой поток миграции оказывал наибольшее влияние на эмоциональное благополучие детей. Родители не смогли вернуться с миграции, а здесь дети оставались одни у родственников. И особенно в наших местах нашей работы эмоциональное состояние детей ухудшилось каждым разом с увеличением недостоверных информаций относительно положения приграничных сел. При этом был низкий уровень информационной поддержки со стороны местной власти. Нам было очень трудно. Многое время у нас уходило на информационную поддержку. Также нами наблюдалось при повторных ухудшение положения на границе, у детей появился повышенный уровень стресса, и каждый раз мы свою работу начинали с нуля, и каждый раз мы не успевали. И получается, что дети не имели доступа к полноценному образованию, и у них было много причин, чтобы чувствовалось психологическое неблагополучие детей. В данное время тоже ситуация не изменилась. Не вооруженный конфликт, а конфликты в границах происходят каждый раз. И с применением оружия и как бы других сил, поэтому такая работа оказывается очень необходима. Дети и женщины много страдают в этих случаях, и нам было очень тяжело работать. Это пример был очень неоценимый, да. И следующий слайд можно, вот наша работа во время на местах, вот получается наши палатки и наше обучение, игровая работа с детьми. У меня все. Если будут вопросы, с удовольствием отвечу. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much, Zainib, and it's really a great presentation. And I'm sure if our participants have questions, we can bring it up. We are actually running really short of time. And Ram just informed that he has a meeting in 5 minutes. So is it okay, Shaheen ji, if Ram presents before Bunyad?
Actually, Sushmita, Madam Shaheen also has to go somewhere.
Okay.
She's
Okay,
already
so
late by half an hour.
Okay, so may I please request Ms. Shaheen Atikur Rahman, Vice Chairperson of Bunyad, to share the presentation.
Hello kids, how are you? How are you, Anita and Bernie and Nani and all? Okay?
Yes.
Good. I'm not going to give a presentation because like the one we saw before, it takes 15 to 20 minutes and I don't want to encroach on any time. So I'll run through my 5 minutes. Is it okay?
Yes, Shaheen ji, please carry on.
Okay, I'm going to divide it into 2.5 and 2.5 minutes. The first 2.5 is going to be before COVID. Bunyad did a lot of work in the COVID, pre-COVID days also. For example, we have constant floods and we did a lot of work there in the center, the rivers. We've got 5 rivers, Indus, Ravi and all, and during the flood season, sometimes it is terrible. We built about 20 schools and UNICEF was very good. They helped us in a lot of things. We looked after schools, special schools. We had a very bad earthquake also. So we went and built a school there also in the earthquake zone because the land opened and the school fell in. A lot of children died. But we keep on going. Now, every second or third year, we have a very bad flood situation. And we have to do 2 or 3 things. Sometimes the floods are so bad, they come and wash away the entire school. So with UNICEF help, we built 20 schools in the flood area and also improved the ones which were damaged and called them child-friendly schools. We did a lot rehabilitating students who had to leave with their parents, migrate and all. And I agree with the previous speaker that children get very traumatized with water, seeing their cattle disappear, seeing their houses disappear. They already are the poorest of the poor and they lose a lot of memories during these floods. So psychosocial analysis is very important, and we got UNICEF to help us, psychologists, psychiatrists, and a lot of people to make them understand that if you fall, you must get up again to face tomorrow. And we made good results. We rehabilitated more than 6,000 students in a year. Also with that, we had to have safe water because, you know, in floods, the first thing which hits you are the dirty water full of dead animals and all. They become toxic, the water. So safe water was a very important thing. Latrines, that was another issue which we made the community build, so they went on. Hand pumps, at least 50 to 100 foot deep, so the water could be safe. We built houses through our donations from the community for widows because they were swept away. They had no male heirs to look after them. Now that was my 2 minutes of what we did because it was very depressive and people did not know how to handle it. The only good thing was that most of our villages did not suffer from the bad, what can I say, health issues, because I suppose they were living in fresh air and they were working all the time. Our COVID was mostly in large cities and in slums, but most of our rural areas were not affected. That's one good thing. Secondly, the government, our government, which was then under the late Prime Minister Imran Khan, he was very quick for the uptake because he's always focused on health. So COVID was controlled better than anything, and most countries in the world and WHO acknowledge this, that Pakistan really handled it very well. And we, being patriotic Pakistanis, followed, put our two bit in to save people's lives. Now, what we did on self-help basis, we gave 4,200 families ration for a month, so they could tide over the period till work and all started. Because I feel it was more fear than actual deaths. Then over 2,570, this is only a year and a half work we did. 2,570 messages and all we passed to communities, made communities know how to do hand washing, the reason why it was important. And this we sent messages through the mobile phones, because you know this subcontinent loves to talk. So everyone, second person, has a mobile phone. And this was very reassuring because they could connect and find out information. We had a lot of volunteers who gave messages and gave support and gave information. For this, we developed software also, which we borrowed from the government, and made a lot of awareness sessions, over 3,000. We did something new to make rural illiterate women understand that breastfeeding was very important for the newborn baby. So 368 sessions were done, and mothers were in groups. We taught them how to give their own feed rather than anything else to their babies. We have 5 digital hubs, and the digital hub we have developed, that the headquarters, that is Lahore, sends information to the digital hubs, 5 of them, and they send it to the mobile to the teachers and our community members. So that is one technology which has been very effective in this COVID time. Continuity of learning started in the same way. Our teachers, we sent messages to, send simple information on learning, on how to read and all those sort of things, and they used to pass it on to their learners. So that was one thing which took off quite well, much to our surprise. Tele schools we linked into and tried our best to get people to understand, because the first step is cleanliness, and social distancing. We were very strong by sending messages that please get injected. We took our headquarters, got everyone in a car and took them for their first dose, second dose and all. But luckily, except for our manager HR who got COVID, the rest escaped. So these disasters come, but if you are mentally strong to take it on, poor developing countries keep on facing such disasters, because there is global warming, there is global change, there is no peace, there is only war, there is encroachment and entanglement. So we have to keep our communities ready. I would like to thank ASPE for sharing some very good, vital information over their presentations. But we are, more like activists than propagating ourselves. So I hope the best to all of you, and pray that this world has a better tomorrow, which I don't see. Over and out.
Thank you very much, Shaheen ji. Always excellent to hear you, and commendable work of Bunyad, especially during the COVID times. And as you said very correctly, that the preparedness and the strength in our mind, that is the key to face such kind of emergencies. And these are going to keep coming more, I think, now on. So from here, we will move to Nepal. Mr. Ram Gaire, who is the coordinator of National Campaign for Education, Nepal. May I please request Ram, can you please share your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Susmita. Thanks all First of all, I would like to wish you all happy Global Action Week for Education. On this context, today we are together here to celebrate this campaign this week, especially. I will share a few points regarding the emergency context and some of our experiences learning while doing the advocacy in this context. In context of Nepal, mostly we have different kind of emergencies. Let's say it's a kind of environmental emergency. This is called natural earthquake, flooding, landslide. So because of this also, there is the, I mean, peoples are affected. And we have also the health emergencies. Despite this COVID, there are other emergencies like, I mean, in some rural areas, like communicable diseases, and because of that, the life and livelihood of the people also affected. And some technological and, I mean, hazards also we have. And mostly our experience is that during the emergency, education is not, I mean, the government is not well prepared to respond to the educations, and it is less, I mean, less in the priority during the response of these emergency. And during, I mean, mostly in the emergency context, women and girls, they are more affected, and they are not, I mean, prioritized during the response. And during this emergency context, the budget, I mean, is not well allocated to the education sector from the federal to the local level, and there are some cases of misutilizations and even the duplications of the resources. So, I mean, there is not well prepared, I mean, system to allocate the budget and to coordinate and to harmonize the different stakeholders who comes to support during the emergency context. But the good thing is that there is the good bonding in the community. When emergency comes, the community from their indigenous knowledge, their response to the emergency, and there is good resilience on the community to face, to cope the consequences by the emergency. So this is a good thing that the community resilience is there. We as advocacy organizations, we do in this context, we do the capacity building of the civil society and even the local government so as to prepare them, so as to support them in the, planning, especially in the emergency planning, and do the advocacy and conduct the community mobilization so as to inform them, so as to disseminate the knowledge and the informations, so that community and even the policymakers, they are well sensitized about the importance of the education during the emergency, how the emergency, education can contribute to cope the consequences of the education. So this kind of messages we disseminate and we, mobilize the community to disseminate this message. Also prepare the civil society positions, what the civil society demands, what the civil society wants to see during the emergency, especially to ensure right to education, to establish the education as a human rights even during the emergency context. So from the rights-based perspective, we prepare the position and submit to the government level also. Currently, we have the local elections coming. So, aligning our advocacy effort towards the local elections. So we are, establishing the education as a fundamental rights, and that need to be the, education in emergency need to be well prioritized, even in all, contexts and circumstances. Our learning from our advocacy campaign, our engagement is that, so it's shared from even other colleagues also, there need to be a, better preparedness with an adequate and well-funded public education system, and they need to have additional funding and budget to respond the emergency, because emergency itself, there is, I mean, it's not kind of the normal situation. So to respond this, need to have additional, I mean more resources. And there should be the humanitarian and development instrument. They should be, I mean, go together. I mean, these to be integrated together, while even to response or even for the recovery of the emergency context. And most importantly, there should be a kind of planning, but the planning need to have more segregated, like immediate plan, what the government wants to respond immediately, and what a short-term plan in a short period of time, what the governments need to respond, and the longer term plan that need to be also well taken into consideration. And also, sometimes what is seen in the field is that so there is not kind of well mapping, not a data system, and because of that, as shared earlier, also the support system, some sectors they got lots of support. I mean, even more than need, but some areas there is not. So because of that, that should be the data system in education, I mean, emergency context, and mapping of the hazard. So which sectors, which areas is more, disaster prone, or more, emergency prone area. So that should be kind of mapping also. This is our learning. And there should be the, citizen or community-led data collection system. So community need to be empowered so that they can be involved, they can participate in the data collection or case building process. That is more the citizen-led data. And also, since the emergency means the local government, they need to be, they are the, aligned to the people and close to the people. So because of that, the local government need to be well supported. They need to be well empowered, so that they can better response, they can better prepare the emergency. So capacity development is the local government is also our, it's a kind of, and also the teachers preparedness, because the teachers are the key actors that close to the schools, student, and even the parents. They can counsel the parent, even the student also. So they need to be well prepared, and the mostly the emergency related, content, emergency related informations that is to be kept in the teachers' professional development packages also, so that it also contribute to well prepare for the teachers also. And the learning of the COVID is that that is there is there is the digital divide in the community, and mostly it is the case of the women and marginalized community. So we need to take care of the digital literacy of those communities, so that they can better, they access the informations and the knowledge quickly, so that they also can be a more resilient towards the emergency. So these are all from my side. Susmita, thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ram. These are really comprehensive information, and I'm sure many of us will agree to all this that you just shared with us in our respective countries. So we will just proceed to the last presentation of this group, Ms. Flora Arellano, who is the chairperson of ENET Philippines. May I please request Flora, can you please take the floor? Hello?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Hi. Ms. Flora will not be able to join us this afternoon, but I will be sharing the presentation from ENET Philippines. Let me just...
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So I'd like to introduce myself while I'm trying to fix this presentation. I'm Alveline Berdan. I'm the National Coordinator of ENET Philippines. So let's move. Let's see if I can make this in 5 minutes. So let me start with the Philippine context. The Philippines is among the most disaster-prone countries in the world, being given its geographic and geological features. So as you can see in our natural hazard risk map, we have areas which are very prone to earthquake, to high tropical density. So the risks are actually higher because of the population density in these parts of the country, both in rural and urban cities, coupled with poor infrastructure planning and very limited number of local government units with comprehensive disaster risk management plan. So this information are actually backed up with recent research affirming the condition of Philippines being disaster prone. So even before the Super Typhoon Yolanda hit the Philippines, there are actually research made stating that Leyte and southern Leyte, the southern part of the Philippines, as being the Philippines disaster capital. Also, Visayas State University recorded that Leyte Island had worst landslide history in the Philippines, and even other universities stating that Tacloban is disaster prone. It is just welcoming right now because the Philippine government and the universities in the Philippines are actually taking advantage of geographic information system and maps being made about the risk assessment of these areas in the Philippines. So in the past 2 years, these recurring hazards causing extensive damages to infrastructures and even recording high fatalities are dealt side by side the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. In times of disaster, we recognize that children are the most vulnerable and their most basic rights are often significantly disrupted. So as their right to quality education. So when school buildings are destroyed or are used as emergency and evacuation shelters, when families are forced to leave their homes for safer place to stay, children's education is one of the heavily affected. So children miss out of schools, miss out education for a period of time, indefinite period of time, especially during flood and typhoon. It is also the same case when COVID hit us, because there are, as other countries experience, schools needed to close, and teachers and the Department of Education and other agencies need to adopt to blended type of learning or online learning. So there is a disruption and delay in the opening of schools. So what I'd like to share to you now is just one aspect of the actions taken by INET to address concerns on education during emergencies, not only during natural disasters, but also on about the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are the actions taken by INET in terms of the policy interventions. We actually released policy brief distributed to DepEd, the Department of Education, legislators and partners in Visayas. So this policy brief is about the risk reduction and resiliency in education, restoring access and ensuring quality, inclusive, equitable, and safe learning environment. This is pre-pandemic. And the next three are a reaction right after the lockdown in the Philippines. So INET was able to make an urgent position paper submitted to the learning continuity plan delivery team, also to the Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and also a position paper submitted to the new normal subcommittee of the Defeat COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee in the House of Representatives. So I'll share with you the key recommendations, but for the policy brief, these are the 3 pillars that were taken into account by INET and its partners. We have 3 pillars: safe learning facility, school disaster management, risk reduction, resiliency, and education. So these are the conditions under these pillars. So INET was able to recommend to prioritize allotment and acquisition of land property for school buildings in safe areas. So also to ensure construction of all new schools, including schools that are part of the long-term provincial development plan, uses disaster resistant designs and standards. In school disaster management, we recommended that schools have active disaster management plans and ensure participation of teachers, managers, and even learners in the design of the school plan. And also on the 3rd pillar, we recommend to integrate disaster risk prevention, mitigation, and preparedness in all capacity development undertakings in all levels, not only at the school level, but with collaboration with the local government units, the barangay, or the small units of the community. In the position papers during the COVID pandemic, here are the key recommendations made by INET. Inclusion of primary healthcare life skills, gender awareness, RH, positive discipline, human rights, leadership, and value formation that could be integrated in studying math, science, and English subjects. So those things should be included in the essentials curriculum module, because during the pandemic, the Department of Education wanted to prioritize those essential learning themes, and we don't want this primary healthcare and life skills to be just left out of the essentials curriculum. We also commented and recommended on how to conduct and still conduct the alternative learning system, webinars, even recommending that this webinar should be conducted in a certain number of hours so as not to put pressure on the students or even the teachers. And we recommended also adjustment of both learners and children. We also included in the possession papers to ensure health and wellness of education frontliners, also expedite the passage of alternative learning system and inclusive education for learners with disabilities into law, which were already this alternative learning system and inclusive education for LWDs. Actually, it's a law now in the Philippines. So it is just nice to share that the organization, our partners, and our movers in the local communities participated really on the passage of these policies. We also recommended to revisit and scan existing laws such as Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act and the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction Management to determine how would this aid in the education in the new normal. Recommended also are the support mechanisms, capacitating the community, the parents, the guardians, the siblings, the older sister or older brother, supporting the learners, and also collaborating with local government units in the delivery of the blended or module approach in learning. We also recommended mental health check-ins for both the learners and the students. Also as to the monitoring of learners in schools? How can you actually monitor that the learners actually learn something and can still follow the lectures or the lessons? So what I'd like to add on that is the lessons we captured in dealing with education in emergencies in our policy advocacy and policy campaign. First off is to really institutionalize policies to protect right to education, especially in situations of emergencies or education of those in higher risk or disaster prone areas, and even those with challenge, those learners with challenges, for example, learners with disabilities. So that's important to actually also look to have a really good policy scan, which policies of the Philippines or the country would actually support and should have a teeth to actually implement projects supporting protecting education in emergencies. Also is that to have a data-driven policy analysis. We cannot just give policy briefs without not anchored on the realities in the field or the realities of the learners and the teachers and the school administrators. We also
can we wrap up? Alve, can we just wrap up quickly? Thank you.
Yeah, this is the last slide.
Okay, great, thanks.
We also look into monitoring the uptake and the urgency in policy and project interventions. For example, at the time of COVID-19, we really have to be fast in giving these policy recommendations or project recommendations. And also, because ENET is a coalition of different organizations, we have to do strategic networking. We have to use and we have to anchor our interventions to the strengths of our members and also within the strength of ENET, because we already have those advantage, because we are already talking to the agencies of the Department of Education. We already have that advantage because we have the champions in education from the houses of the Congress and the Senate. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alve, and it's really great, some very good information, and so we also heard about how you focused on the marginalized communities, and I'm sure all the participants have an opportunity to learn and share their how they have been working in this difficult situation. May I now pass on to Thea for the closing?
Okay, thank you, Susmita. Yeah. And wow, a lot of discussion.
Yeah, you are on mute. Yeah, you are on mute.
Yeah, can you hear me? Maybe my internet connection is bad.
I can hear you now.
No, still not hearing.
Okay,
yeah, we can hear you, Thea.
We can hear you. Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, then I'll proceed. Yeah, I'll proceed, and thank you, Alve. A lot of lessons there. And we also heard a lot of lessons from our group as well. So, so many lessons and so many experiences that we can build on. So thank you so much, ASPE members. And there is a suggestion also in the chat that we might have to continue these discussions on Asia-Pacific resiliency efforts. So thank you so much, and the role of education. Okay, so Alva, we don't have time anymore for our report back, and also for group B also we don't have time. Thank you. And so now I give Bernie Lovegrove to say our message of thanks on behalf of ASPE. Over to you, Bernie.
Thank you, Thea. Firstly, to say that Helen Dabu, ASPE Secretary General, apologized. She could not join us for this event, but she does send her greetings. You'll be pleased to know there's no intention to summarize all that's been shared or even part of it. We hope you have found this regional dialogue enriching and valuable for your own work and reflection. The event was participatory and inclusive, with speakers from all 5 sub-regions of the Asia Pacific. We had speakers from 13 different countries, and in total, I counted up that there were 19 countries present, and that wasn't including our colleagues from GCE who joined from South Africa and Spain. So we saw so much through this event. We saw excellent problem identification. We saw strong government planning and implementation, even though there's still much to do. We saw strong and brave civil society representatives. We heard about community initiatives and self-governing programs. We heard about empowering local people to take charge and protect education emergencies. We heard about training frameworks, tools, manuals that may be customized or scaled up in other contexts. And we heard recommendations to government, and also the strong requests from our colleagues in Afghanistan and Myanmar to exert external political pressure and find ways to ensure aid can be delivered directly to people in both countries. As mentioned earlier, this was part of the Global Action Week for Education organised by GCE, and we are very happy to be part of this global effort. I'm sure you'll agree that there's much to reflect on, and so I encourage you to dip back into the recording of this event after we send you the link. ASPE, for its part, will develop a summary of the event, and we'll certainly be reflecting on our next constructive steps considering what's been shared. Thank you to all of the speakers and all participants. And I also want to thank the ASPE team who's worked hard to make this happen. Susmita, Anita, Thea, Meda, Subrat, Buds, and Lay. And just to say, we're all committed to this work and to building, ASPE is committed to building the capacities of its members to ensure sustained access of children, youth, and adults to basic and adult learning opportunities, especially in contexts of emergencies, fragility, and protracted crises, and to ensure visibility of these issues in regional and global policy processes. Thank you all for participating, and I wish you good afternoon or good evening. Bye all.